I want to start by congratulating every one of us for agreeing to participate in the exercise. Apparently, you can see in our own type of world where we can see that technology is the end thing. It has the good side of it, which all of us are talking without being the same environment. It also has the bad side of it. As you can see, all of us, we have to accept whatever it is so that we can meet up to expectation. As you can see from the beginning, uh, we have to think of transformative technologies in information management. What can we do to make sure that we meet up to expectation in information management? When you look at the theme of the workshop or the conference, as the case might be, uh, those 4 or 5 areas of focus is what technology makes it easy for us to, so that at the end of the day, we'll be able to manage information. For us to remember what are the 4 or 5 major components of information management. That is the issue of acquisition, processing, storage, security, and dissemination of information. And if you look at the spread of all that makes up this topic of transformative technology in in information management, all the technologies which we have the privilege of getting them discussed at various levels. You can see we have more than 15 sub-themes which will assist us in embracing as well as managing information without any duress. And as a result of that, I believe that at the end of the day, this workshop will meet up to expectation. I remember Dr. Lowell, who talked about what mobile technology, information technology, and so on, as the case might be. So, to a large extent, I can say that the topic and the subtopics are apt, and I want to believe that at the end of this exercise, we shall be richer than it used to be. I remember one topic that whatever it is we try to do, even we have failed, what would happen would have added more knowledge to ourselves. So I want to believe that our researchers will make things easy for us so that at the end of the day we'll be able to manage what type of information and at what stage. And more importantly, that we are now in the state of ICT. And so whatever it is we can do to make sure that we meet up to our expectation as managers of information would be very nice. So on that note, I want to thank the organizers of this workshop or conference as it were, and also the participant. I wish us a successful session. And on the basis of this as well, I want to declare the conference open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes.
May God answer our prayers. Amen.
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 Yes. We will now call on Miss Alice Musunda Mwapi from Zambia to please give us her opening remarks. So, Miss Alice, please, if you are with us, your opening remarks. Miss Alice, if you are with us, your opening remarks. Is Miss Alice with us? I guess she's not with us. So we'll call on the president of LISFN in person of Yusuf Isaac to please also give us his speech, the LOC chair speech. Mr. Chairman, please.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished Father of the Day, Professor Zakari Muhammad, Chairman of the occasion, Associate Professor Habibu Muhammad, our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Desi Saleh Masela, the lead paper presenter, Dr. Lol Umar, and Associate Professor Mrs. Quadri Rimoke Opeyemi, our esteemed moderator, Dr. Michael Esu, distinguished guests, fellow professionals, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense honor and pleasure that I welcome you all to the 3rd Annual International Conference of the Library and Information Sensitization Forum, Nigeria, held in collaboration with the Department of Library and Information Science, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Today marks a significant milestone in our journey toward reshaping the information management discipline through transformative technologies. As we gather here today, we are united by a shared vision to explore, discuss, and contribute to the future of information management in a world increasingly defined by rapid technological advancements. Our theme this year, Transformative Technologies in Information Management, could not be more timely in an era of constant digital evolution The role of information professionals is being redefined by innovations that shape how we store, access, protect, and disseminate information. Our sub-team reflect the breadth and depth of these technological transformations, from blockchain application and artificial intelligence to cybersecurity, big data, and health informatics. We are exploring the frontier of knowledge and innovation. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that we are not only adopt this technology, but also do so ethically and responsibly, always keeping in mind the critical role information plays in shaping societies. I would like to express my deep gratitude to our keynote speaker, Professor Daisy Saleh Masela from South Africa, whose expertise and insight will no doubt set the tone for the robust discussion ahead. We are also privileged to have thought leaders such as Associate Professor Mrs. Kwadi Romoke Opeyemi, Dr. Lawal Umar, presenting lead papers that will shed light on the practical application of transformative technology in our field. Let me also take this opportunity to appreciate the leadership and partnership of Associate Professor Habibu Muhammad, Head of Department of Library and Information Science, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, for his unwavering support in making this collaboration possible. To Ms. Alice Musunda Mwapi, who ought to have given us her opening remark, but we don't know, maybe she will join us later. I want to extend our heartfelt thanks to her. This conference also owes its success to the hard work and dedication of many, including our esteemed LOC members, my colleagues at Library and Information Sensitization Forum, Nigeria, and the organizing committee. Together, we have created a platform for innovation, engagement, and collaboration, one that I am confident will yield fruitful outcome for the profession and the world at large. As we navigate through today's session, I encourage all of us to engage deeply, share knowledge, and be more open to new ideas and perspectives. Let us leave here inspired with actionable insight to implement our respective organizations and communities. In conclusion, let this conference be a catalyst for growth, learning, and partnership. Let us embrace the opportunities that transformative technology bring, while keeping in mind the ethical framework that ensure the responsible management of information. Together, we can build a future where technology empowers rather than overwhelms, and where information professionals lead the way in creating a more informed, equitable world. Thank you all for being here, and I wish you a productive and insightful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malam Yusuf Isaac, President, Library and Information Sensitization Forum, Nigeria. We are most grateful. At this juncture, again, we would like to hear from the chairman of this very occasion. It's no other person but our able associate, Professor Habibu Muhammad, the head of Department, Library and Information Science, ABU Zaria. So, sir, the floor is now yours for us to hear from you. Chairman of the
Thank you very much. I appreciate. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start this way. The father of the day, Professor Zaria Muhammad, the keynote speakers, we have Professor Daisy Sulemate, Dr. Mrs. Quadri Rumoke, Dr. Lawal Umar, Mrs. Alice MM, the LOC chairman, Mr. Yusuf Isiak, the respected presenters, my dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and privilege to welcome you all to this third conference organized by the Library Sensitization Forum of Nigeria in collaboration with Department of Library and Information Science, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. We gathered today to deliberate and discuss on the vital theme, transformative technology in information management. The rapid evolution of technology has transformed every aspect of our life, including how we identify, create, store, organize, retrieve, disseminate, and evaluate information. It is not enough to simply adapt to these changes. We must proactively shape the future of information management. Today's discussion will shed light on this transformation technology and their impact on the way we handle information in academic, professional, and public domain. Our keynote speaker and panelists are experts in this field, and their contribution today will surely enrich our understanding and provide us with the best practices on how we can make best use of this technology. I would like to acknowledge the LOC chairman and the organizing committee for their hard working and the dedication to make this conference possible. To all presenters and participants, your role in this conference is key. Your engagement in discussion, presentation, and collaboration will play a crucial role in moving forward the field of library and information management. With this, I'll say congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. And our staying together will make this conference proactive, productive, and proactive. And may God make this our staying together meaningful and developmental to the field of library and information science. I congratulate you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes,
Ms. Alice is around.
hands together for Mr. Chair. Well done, well done, well done for that. At this very juncture, we would like to hear from our lead paper presenters.
Ms. Alice is
because of the exigencies of time, we would have taken the first lead paper, but then Dr. Lawal Umar will be on transit, and as such, we would want to take him at this very moment, after which we now hear from Associate Prof.
Sir, Ms. Alice is around.
So, at this juncture,
Ms. Alice from Zambia, she's around, sir.
Oh, Ms. Alice is available? Okay, so please, let's just take a moment to hear from Yes, you have the floor now. Miss Alice, you have the floor now, please. Hello.
I'll be with you in a minute. Good morning, everyone. My apologies for being late. My network is pretty bad this morning.
Apologies, welcome.
Thank you very much for allowing me to be part of this very important meeting conference. I greet you from Zambia. It's quite hot, but thank you so much for according me this opportunity. I would like to, of course, take recognizance of the roll call riding on the protocols already observed. I take recognizance of our father, Professor Zakari. I also take recognizance of our able speakers, the plenary, and the moderators in the House. Welcome to this very important event.
Thank you.
As highlighted, we are looking at technologies, why this is important, and what role we can play as information professionals. From the onset, I would like to speak to one, the value in technology, and why transformative technologies in information management. As key keepers of information, it's very important that we are aware to what is happening in our countries, what is happening in our communities. And in the advent of AI, we do realize that almost all stakeholders have gathered to speak to the evolution of AI and why this is important to all of us, why we should pay attention to this. This being the third conference organized by the LISFN, it's a very important event. And I would like to encourage all attendees to pay particular attention, especially to key areas being highlighted in the sub-themes. Cybersecurity, why should we be concerned about cybersecurity as information managers? The importance of robotics and automation in information management, and the digital transformation strategies that we need to put in place as librarians so as to function in this world. Now, when we look at technologies, many a time people speak about libraries becoming obsolete or the hard copy becoming obsolete. However, we need to recognize the fact that as information managers, we are up for the task, we are equal to the task in how we deliberate and how we deliver to the communities. Why this is key? We take recognizance of the fact that ethical issues must be put in place, policies must be created so as to ensure a common good is achieved at the end of the day. I would like to challenge all, not just stakeholders, but policymakers and policy implementers. Are we putting policies in place that support the learning environment, that supports technologies? Many a time, many in libraries have cried for issues to do with low funding. Are we ready to invest? Are we ready to ensure that we create platforms where our fully trained information professionals can deliver. Because as a librarian, as an information profession, I need equipment. I need an environment that enables me to apply my knowledge. And as information professionals, we are up for this game. We know technologies have come and they're here to stay. And that is why we have raised our standards when it comes to acquiring knowledge and skill. We have learned how to work with the new technologies with regard to the development of AI. And we believe that the coming in of AI is actually a plus to our profession, because it allows us not just to be effective, but be efficient and be able to show the world that without knowledge, we will not reach these knowledge societies that we keep talking about. For this particular event, I would like to call out to all the speakers of this event to please engage us, engage with the online community, engage with the physical community on ways in which we could all come together and build the Africa that we want. Looking at transformative technologies, how are we going to reach a standard where even children from the communities where we do not have things like electricity, children in low and highly density areas where the education standards are low, how do we reach out to those mothers and orphans who have never been in an educational setting where they have the basic learning? How do technologies allow us to reach to those? Please, from this deliberation, I would like to call upon all the people engaged, both physical and online, to ensure that we pay particular attention to very important presentations that will be given, and also realize that this particular conference is here to guide us, to train us, and to also help us remember that we are ready to serve and are willing to transform the world. So this morning, I want to thank you very much. And please, you are welcome to this important international conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma.
Mr. Mike, unmute yourself now.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I was on mute all the while. So I said thank you very much, Mr. LIS, for that thought-provoking address. So at this juncture, we would like to call on the lead paper presenter, Dr. Lawal, to please share his screen, or we could share it from here, whichever you want.
I thought I shared it since now. I have to really share it again.
Okay, you could reshare,
okay,
please.
Let me share it.
Yes, you could reshare, please. Okay, so you can put it on presentation mode.
It's already on presentation mode now.
Okay, yes.
Are you seeing it?
Yes.
So do I have the permission to go on?
Please, you have the permission, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, the moderator, Dr. Mike. Before I go into the presentation, let me also do the ritual. the normal ritual is to recognize our Commander-in-Chief, who is here with us this morning in person of Professor Zakari Mohammed. And you know, Professor Zakari is our Commander-in-Chief in this field. And we are glad that you are here. And I'm very much happy that you are here while I'm presenting this small piece. And I'm happy that whatever mistakes I'm going to make, I'm doing it here where I can be corrected. So I greet you, sir. Then to my HOD, let me also send greetings to you and all other senior colleagues that are here. Particularly, let me also recognize and appreciate the president of the LISFN for actually pursuing me to be one of the lead paper presenter. And then I just have to encourage you and commend you for your good effort. Despite all the uncertainties that we are facing in the country, we just have to do what we are doing here now. So I'm very glad to be here. As you can see on the screen, having a look at the theme of the conference is all about transformative technologies and looking at the uncertainties around the working environment. I couldn't just but help you to come up with something like what you are seeing. This morning, I will be talking to you towards exploiting the potentials of mobile technologies, a library and information service delivery in the 21st century. So this is the outline. The outline of the paper is, we are going to look at the introduction, the basic concepts, and then we look at the place of MTs in libraries, exploiting the potential challenges, and conclude. Then we now bring out the way forward. So by way of introduction, as you can see, and we have all agreed here, even from the keynote, not the keynote speaker, the last speaker, libraries all over the world are established in societies and organizations to serve nothing but as hubs and portals for information access, utilization, and dissemination. This is the main objective and goal of libraries all over the globe. And again, our traditional understanding of libraries actually have to change because libraries are no longer perceived as physical spaces. Many of us in the past, I don't know whether it is even in the presence of people are myopically looking at it as a space, physical space, but it's no longer a physical space. They are rather seen as a combination of both physical space and virtual space, and for learning and social connectivity. And this is happening because of the advances in information and communication technologies. Libraries are now compelled, either by choice or compelled by the circumstances of time, to explore and exploit mobile technologies. Mobile technologies is one of those technologies that are regarded as transformative, as enablers for easy access to their customers in their various locations. As you all know, libraries are dealing with various customers. These libraries could be university library, public library, school library, whatever kind of library you are dealing with. Certainly your customers are living from different locations. So the only easy way for you to have access to them is when you deploy mobile technologies. This shift from the traditional to the transformative technology is obvious, as most library users are now mobile and social learners. You all agree with me that our users today are mobile. They prefer to be learning on the go. So libraries must also join the trade and be rendering services on the go. So social learners possessing sophisticated smartphones and tablets with advanced features and capabilities. It is therefore impossible for libraries to ignore this very important development, particularly that is the mobile technology, as it becomes such a crucial component of information world. For instance, with the deployment of 3G, 4G, and 5G network, in our libraries, users can, through their mobile, smartphone, laptop, and tablet, access and download ebooks, e-journals, videos, simulations, etc. So it is against this background that I zero down on this topic so that we can have a discussion as to look at how libraries can exploit the potentials of these mobile technologies to better the services, at least for professional relevance and professional identity. Now, what is mobile technology? Mobile technology actually has been defined severally by different authorities and professionals all over the globe. But according to this author, they look at it as devices. They are devices that are portable and provide instant delivery of information. Sorry. So mobile technology is distinguished by its portability. So from the word mobile, you know that is something that is moving, and it's something that is portable, flexible, that is easy to use, and unique, provide unique ability to integrate with other technological systems. Again, mobile technologies are those devices such as personal digital assistants, smartphones, and they have the capacity to store, access, create, modify, organize. All these are components of information management. And you can comfortably deploy mobile technology, smartphone, and what have you to be able to do that. They can also fit in users' pocket. If you want to understand it in an easy way, those devices that you can, they are handy, you can take them along with you in your pocket, and in some cases, you can typically run on a rechargeable batteries. Then, what are the types of MTs? You could see that there are basically 4 types of mobile technologies that are available for libraries to deploy. And you could see what I wrote there. We have cellular mobile networks. And this is a communication system that use distributed cell towers that enable mobile devices, that is cell phones, to switch frequencies automatically. Is the This 4G is lumped together because it's the current technology, mobile technology that is in use, even though of recent in 2023, MTN in Nigeria here and Airtel, I think, have also launched their 5G network. Now the latest is the 5G, where we have even some mobile phones that are 5G inclined. You cannot be able to use it until you have a device that is compatible with the generation of network. And the other type of mobile technology that we are familiar with is Wi-Fi, which is wireless fidelity. Is also being deployed and provided in our libraries for our users to have access to internet, to have access to network using the wireless network. Then we have Bluetooth. Common to us, we can share a lot of data, share a lot of images, share a lot of pictures using the Bluetooth technology within a frequency. So these are the types of MTs that librarians and information professionals can deploy into the libraries to better their services. Now, what do you understand by the concept of library services? Library services has been defined by Osondu as the organization of the activities, programs, and operation of the library and information centers with the aim of meeting patrons' needs. Whatever we are doing in the library in form of services is to meet the user need. That is our goal. And again, Umar also defined it as those series of activities such as acquisition of information, such as reference service, and the rest of it. All of them can be put together as library and information services. But today, with the modern technologies, particularly the mobile technologies, you will agree with me that libraries are now being enhanced. Like LIS are being enhanced and improved upon through remodeling. A number of our services have been remodeled, repackaged, customized, and personalized. And these are basic attributes of mobile technology. With the mobile technology, you can achieve all those, the modeling, the packaging, customization, and personalization. And in that regard, you could see that libraries are now providing mobile library websites. Most of these university libraries, for instance, they have library websites or web pages, and students can access this website using their mobile phone. Equally, our online open access catalog are now mobile. Most of these universities that have automated their system, their users, their researchers can be able to access their OPAC at the comfort of their rooms using their own mobile phone. Equally, we have mobile collections where our users can also access our ebooks and e-journals using their mobile phone. Similarly, you can also use SMS. All these are some of the services that have been altered using the mobile technology. Then the next thing is the place of mobile technology in libraries. Like I said, the era in which libraries solely rely on the traditional mode of face-to-face service is no longer tenable in this age. So if you are a librarian, if you are an information professional, you should begin to have a rethink. You cannot only see your library as a physical space. This development can be said to be attributed to the prevalence of IT and undoubtedly the dominance of mobile technologies. Whether we like it or not, mobile technology has dominated the world. You could see that even in the range of phones that we have. If you check the iPhone category, you will see that the iPhone is always moving. iPhone 1, 2, 3, I don't even know which one will be the iPhone 15. So it is therefore instructive to caution library and information professionals on the indispensable place of MT as strategic and operational tools for their continued business survival. This is very key. We need to warn ourselves, because if we want to continue to survive as librarians, information professionals in this competitive information market, we have no option than to be seen to be leading the adoption of technologies. So it is for our business survival, is for our business development, and above is for our competitiveness in the information landscape. We are not the only information professionals. LIS services are now being enhanced and improved upon. I said it already earlier. Now, the main issue is how do we exploit, what are the potentials of these mobile technologies for our libraries? First, mobile technologies have succeeded and can enable libraries to have efficiency and productivity in many facets of LIS through communication, because the one very important feature of MT is to give us opportunity to communicate. And the moment communication is being done seamlessly, you will agree with me that organizational efficiency and productivity will surely. So libraries will get their own productivity and efficiency in seamless communication. That MTs help libraries directly the quality and flexibility of their information service. With MTs, libraries can no longer be rigid. Yes, in the way and manner we render service. Like we said, libraries can render service remotely. And the quality of the services can also be enhanced and also be improved. Libraries stand to gain from improved networking. Yes, certainly when you have a mobile technology, your networking capability, your networking capacity will surely be improved. Another potential of MT is improved access to information for all categories of users from different geographical locations. They don't need to be in one place. Take, for example, you want to give them, they want to access your database. Our library users can remain in their own hostel, in their own homes, in their own offices, using their smartphone, using their laptops, tablet, and what have you, to access our own information resources. This is very beautiful. And again, is promotion of customized and personalized LIS. MTs can allow librarians to provide personal services. If you identify a scholar who has an important requirement, you can serve him directly, only him. It can also aid, very importantly, it can aid and support librarians to achieve one of the very important Ranganatha laws of library science. You remember one of the laws of library science is save the time of the users. In order to save the time of the user, mobile technologies can facilitate that. However, in whatever you are doing, no matter how you are, the goods, whatever the benefit of MTs, it has been established by researchers that there are some associated challenges that are affecting or hampering the realization of these potentials. It's very important we echo it again and continue to re-echo it so that the action addresses, when I say action addresses, it means those that are concerned will be able to do something about it. It's not that we are going to be complaining, no. If you are echoing problem, it's not that you are being, let me say, you are losing. It's just for us to bring them out again so that those action addresses should do something about it. Where government is involved, government should do something about it. And where librarians are to do something, they should do something about it. So Mohammed in 2015, nothing has changed. Even now it's the same thing. He has already identified some of the challenges attributed that affect consequences of human errors and inequities. These are some of the findings from Mohammed 2015. Again, connectivity and battery life of the mobile devices. Apart from that, we have problem of interoperability of some of these various mobile technologies. Again, another challenge, which is low public awareness of the importance of library and library services. This is killing. Some of the problem we are facing, the library and information science is facing, is because of the societal negative perception of the role of library and information centers in national development. And largely this is attributed to the way and manner our librarians also are not actively appreciating and passionate with their own profession. Library staff fear of innovation. You could see why some of these things are happening. And again, the last, absence of specific policy on mobile technologies deployment. This is another thing that I have observed, that some of our libraries and information centers only rush in to deploy some of these technologies without necessarily having a guiding principle, a procedure, a strategy on how to even acquire it, what to acquire, and how to even sustain it. So it's very serious. It's something that we need to look at. Then what is the way forward? It is recommended as follows that, one, library and information professionals You could see that my own recommendation here are more of challenging our own librarians. It is we are the problem. Library and information professionals and other stakeholders should consistently and continually advocate for adequate budgetary allocation. Some of us as library leaders, library managers, we like to be sitting doing nothing. The figure is scaring us. I'm talking from experience. You want to deploy a particular technology, and when you look at the proposal and the proposal is running into millions and you will become jittery. It's not your business to be jittery. Push it. Go and convince the chief executive. If you have a very good case, I'm assuring you that thing will fly. It's not your own business to be concerned about the funding. Let the man who will be the final approving authority to complain. So we need to actually consistently and continually advocate. Another thing I think we should do is an urgent need for the incorporation of mobile technologies and their related themes into the curriculum of library and information schools. I'm happy the HOD is here, and our senior father is here, and all of us are here. You can hardly see this coming in detail in our curriculum, even with the CCMAS. Some of these elements have been captured. I could remember in the LRCN curriculum at a meeting in Lokoja where the Professor Gary was there as the leader, chair. But these things are missing in all our curriculums. So it's very important we, at individual universities, library school, we should try to do something about it. Again, there is need for library and information professionals in consultation with other stakeholders, including the customers, to develop a policy on how to use mobile technologies in libraries. It's very important. There is an urgent need to incorporate the teaching of information literacy on one hand and critical thinking as subject of unit. Information literacy skill or information literacy as a subject is completely missing. And that is why some of our children who are growing from primary to secondary up to university, you find them stark information literate. And they cannot be able to think critically. And thereby they cannot be able to identify what information is right and what information is. And they cannot even be able to use and protect themselves while they are using the mobile technology. So these are some of the few recommendations. In the paper, there are more than that. Then in conclusion, this paper addresses the exploitation of the potential of mobile technologies for library and information service delivery, which highlighted a series of benefits associated with the usage of mobile devices. As we said earlier, smartphone, laptops, smartwatches, tablets, etc., in information access and use and communication. It is therefore concluded that as the mobile revolution creates challenges, librarians, you see, I'm always concerned about librarians. I'm not calling government. Librarians must adapt and turn them into opportunities. These challenges that we are talking about, we can turn them into opportunities for the betterment and success of their libraries and information centers. This positive mindset, if so change, will help transform LIS in such a way that further expansion on the potentials of MTs will be explored with significant positive impact on the. Thank you for your listening and attention. So thank you very much. At this point, I want to hand over to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our able Dr. Lawal. In fact, we'll have to give you a we have to applaud you for this thought-provoking paper. In fact, you have raised issues that concerns the profession, issues on the use of current trends in the profession, because just as you have said, that the library and also the profession, by extension, is also a growing organism. As such, we have to be moving with the time. Yes, we have to be on the train of change so that we can be adapting as the train moves on. So thank you very much for working paper, and it is, I believe that I will be able to make sense of what you have said in the paper, and then it will help us to challenge. Thank you very much.
I want to be on the way to Katsina.
Okay, you can go ahead and ask for the. So,
who is going to give permission to leave?
The grandfather of the profession is here. The HOD is here. The LOC is here. So they can unmute and then say a word or two. President LISFN?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can say a word to the...
Okay, thank you, sir, for the presentation. It's very insightful, and we're happy that you honor our invitation. I think it's not in my place to give you permission to go. Professor Zakari is here. He can allow you to go, sir. Thank you.
That is comfort zone.
Okay, thank you very much. I will continue to join as I'm on the road so that I can follow up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We so much appreciate your contribution this morning. Yes, as we will now be taking the Associate Prof. Audrey will be taking her own paper. But then before we do that, we would like to recognize the presence of the keynote speaker, no other person but Prof. Daisy Salematsela. I hope I called it well with the necessary tongue twistings. So, Prof, you are most welcome within our midst. Indeed, we are going to hear a lot from the mother hen today. Yeah, Prof is also the mother hen, so we hope to hear so much from her. She's also vast in this area. So at this juncture, we would like to hear from our lead paper presenter, person of Associate Prof. Romoke Opeyemi. So I'll be sharing her slide from here while she does the presentation. So the floor is all yours now.
Good morning, sir. Professor Zakari are here today because for us all through for his efforts in almost all of us. It's a pleasure having to get through you. I hope you're hearing from me.
Yes. It's a little faint, but we're hearing. But it's a little faint.
Okay. Where I am I work there, so it's not too much, but I will try to make do with what I have. Share.
Register. Just join.
Please, Abraham Tiem, you are interfering, please.
I'm talking to my paper this morning titled Application of Blockchain Technology in Libraries and Information Management. And I'll go straight to my introduction now. Libraries and information management system in the ecosystem powered by the digital revolution is facing an increasing array of challenges related to data, privacy, security, and efficient management of resources. And data security now looks at the way in which we protect our resources from unauthorized users. And based on this interface or the ecosystem provided by the digital revolution, libraries continue to face, or libraries evolved from the physical repositories of books to the complex digital ecosystem. And because of this, there's a need for robust, secure, and transparent systems ever than before. Because we have a lot of issues with the issue of funding, especially in Nigeria now, and we have to try as much as possible to protect the ones we have in order for us to be able to make them accessible for future generations to come. And that is how the use of blockchain technologies come into use or to be adopted in library and information services. Then we might ask, what is blockchain technology? This blockchain technology is a decentralized and distributed digital ledger that records transactions across network of computers in a secured and transparent environment. Then again, we can say blockchain technology also is a potential asset in revolutionizing sectors that has been used across several areas, such as in finance, healthcare, and supply chain management. And this is well documented by many authors. For instance, Isaac Solu, Aremu Bamidele, and Saba Jibril in 2024, they made a reference to the use of blockchain technology or how it's been adopted in several areas. Then several authors also talked about this blockchain technology, such as Abdusalam 2023, that said blockchain technology has been gaining significant traction in health industry in the past few years. Yet this technology is yet to be streamlined into the various services in library and information services and information centers. Next slide, please. Dr. Mike, please, the next slide. Then we'll talk about the features of blockchain technologies in a normal areas of operation. This one now include the decentralization of activities or services in any organization where we find ourselves. And this decentralization itself now talks about how we can use nodes of computers in order to be able to connect various systems within the same areas, whereby there will be no central authority or intermediary overseeing the entire system. And this is also practicable in the libraries in many ways. We can use it to
Hello. Hello. Hello, Prof. Ma. Yes, sorry, the network logged her out, so she's trying to rejoin again.
So sorry about that, please. The net just logged me out. So I'm going to continue from where I stopped. So I apologize for that. It's due to the challenges of using these devices in this part of the world where we are presently. So I'm talking about the features of blockchain technology. I said the first one is decentralization. And there are different ways you can use it to enhance that in the library. We can use that one for decentralized digital archives. We can use it for decentralizing cataloging systems. So also, and security control to our resources. And at the same time, we can preserve preservation of intellectual property, open access, and knowledge sharing. And this open access now is trending globally because due to the use of not creating open access to most of these researches that is ongoing globally, that is why we have different researches domiciled in different silos all over the world. So by the time we start using these blockchain technologies in library, we'll be able to have open access and knowledge sharing among our users. So the next one of the feature of blockchain technology again is this issue of distributed ledger, and it allows all participants to be to key in. As a result of this, you have this data consistency, and you'll be able to synchronize everything that is being done on that system. Then it has this feature of consensus mechanism, whereby transactions are added to blockchain through consensus using the rules and protocols of the modules in the system, and it allows you to be able to authenticate what you are doing. That is the validity of your transaction. Then we have this immutability as a feature again, whereby once a block of transaction is added to the blockchain, it becomes very, very difficult for someone to be able to alter or delete using transparent and auditable record. Everybody can see what is going on. So once anybody is trying to tamper with what is going on, it will be reflected all over the nodules. So all in an effort to protect everything that is going on within the system. And the last, or the next one now, is the issue of security. And I think one of the last feature of blockchain technology. Security to our library resources, our digital, either physical or online resources, it has become a serious issue of late, whereby everybody wants to have control. You want to secure the transaction and control the access to your network. Why? Because you want to protect what you have. If you are not even adding to what you have within your connections, at least you should be able to protect these resources you have within your collections. So now we talk about the applicability of blockchain technology in library services. Blockchain technology can be integrated into library sciences in several innovative ways, and offering greater security, transparency, and efficiency in managing library operations. This was reported by Don Abbas, Lee, and Kamaruzan Zaman in 2023. And a lot of authors too have talked about how blockchain technology can be used in facilitating library services. And the first one there is this digital access management. This is the systematic organization, storage, and retrieval of digital assets, such as images, videos, amongst others. And according to that, we have it. I got this one from the Adobe Experience Cloud team in 2023. And when we introduce this blockchain technology, digital access management, we enhance the management of digital rights for ebooks, articles, and all other digital content. And by enforcing this one, you'll be able to apply, you can apply this particular blockchain technology to the activities that is being carried out in the resource development section, that is those who are charged with the responsibility of ordering, selecting of new additions of resources into the library. Then we can use it again in the resource processing, that we will talk about how you catalog and things like that. So also it can be integrated in the services, in the serious processing unit of any library. So by the time this blockchain is integrated into all this digital asset management, you can use it to be able to secure your resources effectively, providing a transparent and tamper-resistant record of ownership and other things. Then the next one is the digital intellectual and copyright management. Presently, because of the access to the next slide, please, Dr. Mike. The access that the internet has provided, we have this issue with intellectual property and copyright management. So by the time we are using this blockchain technology in the library, it will enhance in managing and enforcing copyright property rights for digital content. And this one can be enhanced or can be facilitated by the time you use smart contracts, which is another aspect of blockchain technology, which will automate royalty payments and licensing agreements that will ensure that authors and creators are fairly compensated for the use of their work. Then we have the interlibrary loan facility. You have the we have the authentication and access control. We'll be able
Please
to
mute yourself. Who is that talking?
Someone else send a link.
Hello, mute yourself.
Blockchain technology can be used to enhance control mechanism. Then patrons can have access to control all these activities that is being carried on in the library. A lot of information are being generated. Information is generated from our patrons when they are coming to the library to use the resources. You get their addresses, you get their or depending on the kind of information you get. So if this blockchain is not used to authenticate and control access, a lot of hackers these days have the ability, or they have the knowledge, because they have access to the use of technology. They can hack into a system and just harvest this information there, and before you know it, they will use it for other nefarious, other activities aside what is meant for. So, but when blockchain technology is enhanced or used for services in the library, you'll be able to control who gain access to what and who can use the system, because it allows you to protect your users, because you give them this password and other devices so that they are the only one that can be able to access the information imputed on the system, aside those who are charged with these activities in the library, within the library operations. Then we can use it again in the library for acquisition and cataloging. Cataloging, we all know acquisition are the steps we use in getting books into the library. Cataloging itself is that the processes we use in describing the assets, or how we present the material itself. Then using this technology, it allows us to be able to make more efficient cataloging, because we can collaborate with people around the globe and see how they are doing their own cataloging processes, and that will enhance us in our own process again. And you can look at it, use it, and you do your activities again in line with the global trend and standard. It means you are not going to be doing your things standing alone like an island. You should be able to co-opt your activities with what is ongoing in other areas. Thereby, we are working and according to maintaining standard in line with the profession and what is obtainable globally. Then another feature where this blockchain technology can be integrated into the library services is through resource sharing network. And this is more becoming a global trend now, whereby it is expected that scholars, academics should be able to collaborate with anybody globally. So by the time these networks are designed to maximize access to information by enabling institutions to borrow, lend, and exchange resources, thereby overcoming limitations in their own collections. And this one now, when we talk about the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria now, whereby the education funding is, the budget allocation to education is gradually dropping from year in, year out. And it is having a consequential effect on the library, because directly or indirectly, it affects the budget or allocation of funds to the library. So because of that, a lot of libraries cannot even afford to have new additions to their collections. So by the time we key into this resource sharing network, it's going to be able to pad the gray areas for us in library services and information management. So now we'll go to the issue of preservation of digital archives. Next slide, please. This preservation of digital archives involves the processing and practices used to maintain and protect digital resources or materials over time. And this is mainly to ensure to create continuity to them being accessible and usable. So digital preservation is a series of managed activities necessary to ensure continued access to digital materials for as long as necessary. So in the library now, when we're talking about enforcing this one, we can use digital blockchain technology to protect our historical and cultural artifacts, because you can use it to secure an immutable record of digital archives, thereby ensuring preservation and authenticity of the resources over time. Then another area where blockchain technology can be applicable to the library resources, next slide, please, is the issue of transparent funding and donations. It is expected that we have to use what is referred to as advocacy. And advocacy can fall under this transparent fund. We can do this through funding and donations. We'll go out mostly to go and look for alternative sources of information in order to be able to build up areas that we cannot afford to carry out in the library. So libraries mostly rely on fundings and donations in forms of cash and from other areas. So by the time we are employing this blockchain technology, it can allow us to be able to create transparent and traceable records, because when you get funding from outside areas and donations, automatically that information goes into the system using the blockchain technology. And once this information is reflected on the system, it is shown to everybody. And for you to now say you want to do something that it's shady, it should be reflected on the system. So it makes things clear how funds are allocated and being used for the right services. Then the next area now is the issue of data privacy for library patrons. Data privacy for library patrons, it refers to the protection and responsive management of personal information that libraries collect about their users. This has become very, very crucial to me. To do presently because of this interface provided. For us to be able to do that, it becomes very cost of the patrons in order to be able to create for the people in the library system. This is very, very important. Blockchain technology can be used to improve the privacy of library information, personal information, and only then we have this issue of data decentralization of data storage. These are other features that can be used for, we can integrate the library services using the blockchain technology. Using the traditional system, personal information is stored in centralized servers. But when we use this blockchain technology, it allows us to be able to distribute information across board. So this will reduce the risk of single points of failure or data breach, and to ensure that users' personal information is more secured and well protected. Then we have this issue of user control over personal data. When we integrate this blockchain technology into library services, first, each individual users will be able to have control over their own information, personal information. And data and this blockchain can enhance or enable a self-sovereign identity system whereby library patrons can have full control over their personal information, and users can decide what information to share and which one not to share. Among other features or where we can introduce this technology into our services is the use of private encrypted transactions. This technology will allow you to use encryption techniques to protect data. Patrons can now borrow books, search digital things and record, and this can be recorded on the blockchain in a secret manner that only the patron himself and those who are in charge of the system now will be the one that will know what is going on from particular users. And we have this issue of anonymity and pseudonymity. Blockchain can allow patrons to remain anonymous and pseudonymous when accessing certain library services. For instance, when you want to do certain things, you have the record there. It's not compulsory that everybody that is on the system will know what you do. And this can be done through protecting the privacy of users. Then we have data minimization and selective disclosure.
blockchain system can implement zero knowledge proofs. It allows a cryptographic technique that allows the verification of certain information without revealing the underlying data. And as such, you can verify who is a user's membership status without accessing their entire profile, because everything has been minimized that you can just key in onto the certain module and you bring out the information you want. Then again, it can be used for immutable audit trace. It allows you to be able to monitor and record everything that is going on your system, in that no one can alter anything and the system will be there for future use. Then we have the next one is whereby you can use it in library services, which is a consent management. Library patrons could give, revoke, or manage the consent for a specific aspect of their personal information. Is that you allow your data to be used for research purposes or things like that. Because immediately there's a request for that one, for that particular service or for that information to be gotten from you, the system automatically alerts you. So you have that right to either decline or allow your information to be used for anything you don't want it to be used for. Then the next one is the issue of data, protection against data tampering. Since the blockchain is tamper-proof, any record that is involving a patron's interaction with the libraries are protected. Nobody has the access, that is, no third-party services can modify the information without the patron's knowledge, because everything is more or less as if you are involving your patrons in active engagement and participation in your system, because everything that is being done is they are alerted and they are being carried along. So either they are allowed to do that or they reject that particular intention. So we can use blockchain technology in library sciences to secure sharing of digital resources. Why? Because everything is on the system and we have password to what we're doing. So any information that is being shared is protected using a password or certain way of protecting that is developed by the library. Then last but not the least is the reduction of third-party intermediaries. When we use this one in the library, that is the blockchain technology, is integrated into our services. It eliminates the need for third-party intermediaries in managing personal data. Many libraries rely on external systems for managing membership, book loans, and other things like that. But when we are using this technology, it's be able to handle securely all the information transaction on the system without allowing the third-party transaction. Then my concluding remarks now is that the integration of technology into libraries and information management heralds a transformative shift that premise to redefine the foundation of how information is secured, accessed, and shared within the library. So by decentralization, transparency, and security of the activities in the library is enhanced through the use of blockchain technology. As such, as library continues to evolve in this digital age, the adoption of blockchain technology can serve as a catalyst for innovation, ensuring that libraries remain not only relevant, but also central to the dissemination of knowledge and in an increasing interconnected world. So in conclusion, the next slide, please. In conclusion, why blockchain is not a remedy, its application in libraries and information management holds the premise of more secured, efficient, and equitable system. The journey towards integrating blockchain in this domain is just beginning, and it is incumbent upon the academic and professional communities to lead the way in pioneering solutions that will shape the future of management for knowledge management, the future of knowledge management for generations to come. Thank you for listening.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lead. You have also presented a thought-provoking paper that speaks to the moment. So indeed, we are very, very grateful for this paper. Yes, we, of course, have to know our lead paper presenter. She is by name Romoke Okpeyemi Quadri Doctor. She's an associate prof. She's a distinguished academic librarian with extensive experience in digital archiving and information management. And she is being recognized for her pioneering contributions in the sense-making of health information for the management of chronic diseases like type 2 diabetes mellitus. Currently, she is serving as the librarian at Center for Energy Research and Training, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Dr. Romoke has significantly advanced the understanding of medical informatics, some of which are the role of prior knowledge in the management of type 2 diabetes mellitus among patients attending endocrinology clinic at Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital, Shika, Zaria, Nigeria. Her research has been widely published in leading journals, and she has presented at numerous national and international conferences. And indeed, and in fact, she is the current Aulin chairperson of Kaduna State Chapter. So we have heard her paper titled Application of Blockchain Technology in Libraries and Information Management. This work does not only reflect her deep expertise, but also her commitment in advancing the field and supporting the academic community. So we have been indeed honored to share her insights at this conference and contributing to the ongoing discourse on transformative technologies in information management. So once again, we put our hands together for the presenter for a good job done. Yes, at this moment, slightly we have the time difference between South Africa and Nigeria. So at this very moment, we would like to hear from the lead paper presenter, no other person but Professor Daisy Salamatsela, who I will always call AKA the mother hen. So we would like to hear from her. Thank you for sharing your slide.
Keynote speaker, sir.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It's midday in South Africa now. Good afternoon. I just want to put my slides properly here. Thank you very much, colleagues, for the invitation to be part of these discussions. And I just want to highlight that when I looked at the theme of the conference, it was quite interesting, and to look at what's actually happening in our spaces, because where I am in South Africa, we've already fast-paced ourselves with a number of discussions around what the focus that we are looking at today is. So without further ado, I'll just highlight that my focus as part of this keynote address to all of you, I'll be looking at are we as libraries at the crossroads of AI technologies and unraveling opportunities and strategies. And that's what I'll be looking at. So I just want to share with you the screen. As you can see now, it's an image generated by one of the academic libraries on their generative artificial intelligence, that you can see how this process has actually unfolded going forward. So I just want you to see how, when we talk about transforming and transformation of our technologies, especially transformative technologies in information management and knowledge management and in higher education, already there is inroads, things that are happening, and we need to move fast and leapfrog in that regard. So what's important for us is to understand that libraries play a major role when it comes to adapting to technological changes. And libraries are considered as premier data providers when we talk about adaptation to technologies and so forth. If you recollect, libraries were the first ones to sign the Berlin Declaration in the early 2000s, because that's where we're looking at open access issues. So libraries, as a process of them being able to adapt to technological changes, there is a commitment in a way from libraries as premier data providers. The commitment relates to advancing transparency, innovation, and the responsible use and dissemination of publicly funded data sets or assets. Remember, in libraries, especially university institutions that are publicly funded, there is that issue that if it's publicly funded, we need to make sure that the data assets emanating from research that's done, it's publicly accessible, but with responsible use. And the libraries have been doing that, especially when you look at our repositories. When we look at our institutional repositories, including our data repositories, whether you are using DSpace for your institutional repository as a platform, or whether you are using Figshare for data repositories. And linking to the commitment from the libraries being premier data providers, the libraries have actually embedded in their policies, in their open access policies. If you remember that or recall, in most institutions, libraries are the ones who came up with policies on open access. And now we've moved to open science, which include open access and open data. And we've been doing that. However, open access policies, that needs to consider the following aspects: the data assets for use by data-driven AI technologies. Because when we signed the Berlin Declaration in the early 2000s, there was no talk around AI technologies. The other aspect that needs to be considered in our current library OA policies that are institutional, we need to look at the development of AI-ready open data sets, and also look at data dissemination standards linking to this transformative changes of technologies that are happening. Libraries as premier data providers colleagues continually refine their processes or its processes for creating, curating, and distributing data hosted in the repositories, like I've indicated that some of us were using DSpace, which is the universal open source repository, as and when new technologies emerge. And libraries also are seeking ways to improve as premier data producers or providers. They are seeking ways to improve issues around submitted or deposited research data sets. Here we're looking at the creation, curation, and distribution of these open data sets or assets to facilitate the development and advancement of AI technologies such as Gen AI. So it's quite important when we talk of libraries in this space of new technologies, we need to look at where we are now, what have we done when it came to open access, and what are the gaps that we need to map into that. What is the status quo then? Libraries today face new technological changes, and this would include the emergence of AI technologies that provide improved information and data access to users. AI technologies present both opportunities and also challenges for both the data producers, which is our faculty, our researchers, our students, and data users, which is us from the library side or the knowledge producers, and also such as industry, academia, and civic society. The other issue around this current situation, the status quo, libraries' interest should focus on the following. From the library side, we need to look at Gen AI and its applications that digest disparate sources of text, images, audio, video, etc., to produce new content. And when I bring this part back to us, when I talk about what we need to be focusing on, I'll talk to what we focus on in my institutions, for example. We are looking at Gen AI tools that we are using for our lab guides. When we refine our lab guides, they are no longer static. We're looking at that as part of the lab guides. Open educational resources, our OERs, archival material. There's a lot that we are doing in our archives that we are linking with AI applications, and especially using different formats of Gen AI tools, including digital preservation. These are some of the applications that are out there, but here I felt I should just relate to the ones that we are in my institution pushing hard on ensuring that the applications for AI, and especially looking at Gen AI, I need to be looking at when we design lab guides or review our lab guides, what do we do? And what other nuances do we add into our lab guides that are linking to these tools, including our OERs and our archival collections? How are they accessible? Because our archival material needs to be accessible and findable using technologies that are available now. What are AI transformative changes that we see? AI, as you are aware, has brought transformative changes to many industries: health, finance, education, and transportation. And education is also mostly affected because our students and our researchers are using AI when they do their research. And some institutions are still behind in understanding and coming up with guidelines regarding teaching and learning and innovation for students to be able to use AI tools in their studies. How do you deal with that? On the other hand, it's how do you, as an external reviewer or a researcher, use AI if you have to review a manuscript? And my institution, for example, we do have a guideline document that's passed by Senate regarding the use of AI tools by students to ensure that when students use AI tools in their studies, there are parameters on how they use that and how they acknowledge that and so forth. And students are not penalized for that. And from the library side, we are also ensuring that the trainings that we do in training our students, we are also embedding elements in the use of AI technologies. Whilst having highlighted the transformative changes that AI has brought, there's also the issues that generative AI has the promise of democratizing access to data. And how does it do that? It enables the average person to engage with data in ways that had not been possible before. Because you can just plug in and say, can you sort this out? And it will work on the algorithm and give you the answers to that. Generative AI tools also allows users to input simple prompts to engage with content gathered by these tools from a wide range of sources, including publicly funded data and data that's out there in the public domain. And these are the transformative changes that we see happening. And from the library side, we need to leapfrog AI as an intermediary, what does it mean to us in the LIS field? What is the library's role in achieving better data integrity, accessibility, and quality of emerging AI technologies? What do we do? For us in the libraries, we need to ensure that these AI intermediaries can appropriately access that data without losing the integrity and quality. We also need to make sure that in order for AI systems to utilize the data for training and for instant data retrieval, its data may need to be reconfigured and in easily consumable formats. The other aspect is that AI tools as intermediary requires mass amounts of trustworthy information to accurately respond to the needs of its users. Again, AI tools are also used for data analysis and data access. However, how do libraries ensure that these data tools consume this data, the data that these tools consume is easily accessible and machine understandable versus just machine readable? What do we do from the library side? And I'm posing that question because these are the things that we grapple with, that we need to make sure that when we deal with AI tools, we need to be clear on their accessibility and their machine understandable versus what we normally know about machine readable, and that's it. And we need to be considering that. AI technologies are unique. And here I want to focus on AI technologies' uniqueness. For example, generative AI systems, what do they link to us? The interpretation and use of data is no longer solely executed by human experts, us using our brains like we knew before that scientists, engineers, and software developers, it was their domain, who would bring their own knowledge and understanding to working with research data, for example. Things have changed with generative AI. The human understanding is grounded in shared disciplinary and in human readable documentation that is generally provided by data producers. So what does that tell us? There's a lack of common knowledge and the ability to use such knowledge in its activity because generative AI demonstrates intelligence and fluency because there's no human manipulation. You feed in and it tells you and it reads with algorithms and it gives you what you think you require. Outputs based on this uniqueness of AI technologies are often driven by contextual prediction rather than high-order reasoning capabilities. So the human mind, there's the high-order reasoning capabilities, are now switched around by contextual prediction of the machine. So how do we respond in higher education? As well in education, and especially in libraries that are serving academia, how to respond to the challenge and realize opportunities offered by AI technologies. AI as transformational in libraries has 5 elements that are key. 5 ways artificial intelligence impacts on libraries. The first one, it impacts information professionals in a way that we no longer do our work the way we do it. Like I've highlighted that when we work on lab guides, we need to be clear that it will be readable differently and accessible differently than your traditional lab guide or your OERs. Library operations, robotic process automating, and this includes your smart libraries. It has actually transformed libraries in this space with the use of robotics and so forth. User services are also transformed because our users are not expecting to see a human element at the information desk. They want to go to a touch screen and do a number of things. data and AI literacy. We provide data, like I said, with our repositories and so forth. What are we doing in training on AI literacies and all the other literacies around it, and not just information literacy? Library analytics. We subscribe to a number of tools and databases, and these library analytics tools actually assist us in generating the data that we require on some elements, but these are also fed through the AI platforms. And we need to keep abreast on these elements because we are not trained at live school on these elements. We learn by osmosis. The next aspect is on the applications of AI and automation in libraries. And you can see that I have 12, 14 elements that I've taken up there as part of the futures in library automation. Subject indexing, it's one key element. Self-service that's affected. Inventory and stock management, electronic resource management, scanning, and barcoding. Some of us are using RFID tools. We no longer do shelf reading. We now have a gun to doing shelf reading. That's part of scanning and barcoding. Implementation of discovery systems. When you go onto your library catalog, the discovery tools that you have will crawl. And a user can just put one search element and it will crawl all over your catalog and give the user what they want. Customer support, these are the automations that's happening in libraries. Cataloging, it's also impacted on how we do cataloging, like not in the old days. Reservation management, how do we reserve those study cubicles and so forth. Document processing, how do we deal with our records and documents management. Automated check-in and check-out, also the self-check machines. These are part of how AI and automation has impacted on us. And the issues around virtual learning. We can't underestimate virtual learning, even though we had the grasp of it mostly during COVID, but then it has never stopped. Whatever we do, it needs to be hybrid. And we also have to customize our library information literacy trainings, also to have some virtual elements in that team. Personalization, whatever we do, we need to. Students can learn differently when there are library tools and the relationship with the faculty. The training that happens there, our elements that we add on that training, the students can actually do self-learning in their own paced environment, and they can actually go through the self-pacing environment that they have on the library catalog or whatever you have as part of your training and the videos that you put up there. And also process automation. Our workflow has been automated across because of all these processes that we see with AI. And you can see that also with the databases that we have. If you look at, for example, Clarivate, you look at the Elsevier, they have a AI Scopus, which also does a lot of things. And our researchers are actually enjoying that aspect. And these are the issues that are affecting us. And how do we understand AI in research and academic libraries? We always say we have a three-legged stool on how we understand AI in research or academic libraries. With a three-legged stool that we have, on the other stool, the leg of the stool, you have a library and a librarian. On the other leg, you have a user. And the other leg, it's your AI, non-human intervention that plays a major role. From the library side stool, professional using AI tools and services, professional developing AI tools and services, guardian of values, because that's what we need to be doing, investigator of change, professional replaced by AI, partner, participant in change, and agent of desirable change. That's from the library side. From the user side, the expectations are different. They are information seekers. They are being exploited by AI because some they don't understand the issues around biasness of the AI tools. They are also part of the community members, a learner of AI technology, consumer of AI services, beneficiary of AI help, and also as part of knowledge creation and part of a trade-off with AI because they feed something in there and then something comes up because of the intelligence part that the tool is giving them. But then students then tend not to read between the lines that what they have been given. They give a topic to say, help me with this assignment, and it configures the assignment, but they don't then apply their own mind to say, no, but it's not what I wanted here, and they take it as it is. And it's easy to pick it up that this assignment was written by AI, and especially if you didn't cite and indicate, well, how did you do that? Then there are consequences, academic consequences of either plagiarism and so forth. That's quite important. And core designers, and also they are bypassing us because of the experiences that I can actually do it myself. Then you have the AI, the human, non-human in between, at the center of this interest. It's the tool itself, the extension of human skills, replacement of human skills, the black box, the mediator, an agent, and an actor. And that's how we operate in this three-legged stool. Then we have a partnership engagement. And under partnership engagement, how can us in libraries...
Sorry, Prof, please. Your slide is not moving.
It is. Is it not moving?
No, I said your slide is not moving. It's just on the title page.
No, but from my side, it's moving.
Oh, from our own end, it's just static on the title page. It's okay.
Still not moving?
Yes, please, still not moving.
Okay, just a second. I don't know what's happening because from my side, it's moving. Okay, just a second. I just want to see here. Are you telling me that the whole time you are listening and you don't see the slides moving?
Yes, sir.
Yes, the whole time it wasn't moving.
You should have alerted me. Okay. I'm going to stop sharing and share again. Let me see. Okay, share again. Is it moving now?
Yes, it's moving.
Yes, now it's fine. Very fine.
Okay. Okay, so let me then quickly run through that. Okay, the first part I was talking about libraries as premier data providers, and this is what I highlighted on this aspect. And then I moved to the second one on how do we seek ways as libraries to ensure that we improve the services that we provide using generative AI when we look at creation, curation, and distribution of these open data assets, as what we do from library side. And I looked at AI transformative changes, that AI has brought changes into health, finance, and education and transportation. And I spoke in brief around the use of AI in higher education and guideline documents that are there in some institutions. And then AI as an intermediary, what do we do for us from the library side in achieving better data integrity, accessibility, quality of emerging AI technologies? Then I moved to the AI uniqueness of these technologies, and I highlighted the 4 elements around the lack of common knowledge and the ability to use such knowledge in its activity when we are using these tools on a generative AI, because they demonstrate intelligence and fluency. And then I moved to the slide on how do we respond in education, especially in higher education. How do we respond to the challenge in... Can you still see my slides?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Someone was just making some noise. I've muted them.
Okay, and then I highlighted AI as transformational in libraries. And these are the 5 transformational impacts that we see in libraries. And the first one was on information professionals, library operations, robotic process, including automation or into smart libraries, user services that are impacted, data and AI literacy, and library analytics. And the next one was AI and automation in libraries. And I highlighted 14 aspects. And these are the issues around subject indexing, self-service inventory and stock management, electronic resource management, scanning and barcoding, implementation of discovery systems. And the one on discovery systems, that's why I was highlighting when you have your library catalog and you have your discovery tools that harness all this, when you put a search term and it will take your user to all the platforms that you have other than taking your users to different platforms. And then the aspect of customer support, cataloging, reservation management, document processing, automated check-in and check-out. And that's why I was talking about the self-check machines, virtual learning. I highlighted the issue around, we started during COVID where we did hybrid things, but now for libraries, when we do our training, we need to ensure that also our OERs are linking to a virtual learning environment, and personalization of how we customize our services to our students or our researchers and so forth, and also process automation, that our processes and workflows are now automated because they're impacted by AI in libraries. Then the next one, I was on the one that you highlighted that the slides were not moving. I was highlighting the three-legged stool on understanding artificial intelligence in research or academic libraries, that the three-legged stool has, the one leg has the library or the librarian, the other leg has a user, and the third part has AI as non-human. And the fact that AI is not human, it's a tool or a system, and it's an extension of human skills, also a replacement of human skills, and it's a black box. And it serves as a mediator, an agent, and an actor. But when you look at the users, and I'm using the example of a student, they are information seekers, they are being exploited by AI, and they don't even understand the victim bias of what AI tools are all about, because they are part of being a community member, and they are also a learner of AI technology, consumer of AI services, because whatever it's there, it's good for them, because they are able to get their assignments done and so forth, without understanding the repercussions of, if you are caught that this was AI generated, how are you going to deal with it? And they are bypassing librarians. And on the librarian side, the issue that the professionals are replaced by AI on some elements and so forth. And I've highlighted the issue around AI, Scopus AI from Elsevier, which is now one of the biggest databases that most of us are subscribing to, because we have to be doing that because our researchers want that. Okay, then I move to partnership engagement, and I think I was here. With partnership engagement, when we talk about how technologies have transformed what we do in libraries, partnership engagement is also a key element. And we need to be saying, how can industry and academic stakeholders collaborate to shape the design and dissemination of AI-ready open data? Because when we deal with AI, it's not only libraries on their own, industry is also in the forefront, because we get these tools from them. Academics are also involved in this process, and they are the ones who assist in the decision-making in our institutions for us to acquire certain tools. Part of partnerships, again, is what are the potential areas of partnership with government? What do we expect government to be doing for us and with us when it comes to issues of open science linking AI? How can industry and academia, again, contribute to enhancing data quality, integrity, and the usefulness for AI purposes? And that's the ambit around partnership is quite important when we talk about technologies that are impacting our systems. Data ethics, there's been talk about data ethics from the previous speakers. It's core also into when we look at these technologies. And we need to be saying, what are the best protocols for ethical data collection from the library side, processing, and storage that prioritize data integrity and accuracy? What steps are needed to establish clear legal and ethical guidelines for AI data usage, ensuring privacy rights, preserving property rights, and focusing on equitable outcomes. The other element is around what policies could be implemented to identify and mitigate perceived biases that come up with these tools. Okay, and you can see there a screenshot there of AI and the library looking for rules. And that's available online. It's an article that was published late last year, and it has all the guidelines around this. Data integrity and quality is also important because what we do in our spaces, we also need to justify some elements. So what are the best practices that are employed to enhance the integrity and accuracy of data when used in AI applications? What is our role there as libraries or data producers or knowledge practitioners? What are the best practices for data verification and validation? You can't just talk about data there and you leave it there. And you can't just provide data and you leave it there. What are the best practices we need to be looking into? That's why those partnerships are also important. What security protocols can be developed to mitigate risks of unauthorized data access and manipulation? Because this is quite core to the work that we do. The next one I want to highlight is on data dissemination standards. Here we need to ask ourselves and say, what data dissemination standards should be adopted to support human readable and machine understandable data? What data licensing practices, standards, and usage elements are to be considered to support the broad, equitable, and open access to data sets and metadata for that to feed into our repository? Because at the end of the day, when we do all these things, we're also looking at the impact of what we do and the rankings. What current standards exist that we need to look into and say, what standards exist or are underdeveloped that should be considered in order to signal that data is available for use by AI systems, including conditions and what would be the restrictions around when we link to the AI systems. Data accessibility and retrieval, it's also important that for us, how can data assets be made more accessible and available to the AI community? For example, looking at improved API access or web crawlability, because we want all these things to be pulled up together. How can intuitive and accessible data portals be developed to facilitate easy navigation and retrieval? And lastly but not least, how can us from the library side understand the needs of the users regarding data holdings and the return on investment in making data more artificial intelligence ready? This links also again to how do we work on our lab guides, our OERs and so forth, because we need to make whatever we do more AI ready. I just want to highlight as part of this process to say there is a growing recognition through the International Science Council of AI's transformative potential in the scientific community and the need for informed collaborative strategies to harness AI benefits in and for science. And about 11 countries have actually come up with strategies on how they are going to harness this. And I'll just share with you in closing, these 11 countries, what are they looking at? Australia is looking at preparing for human-centric use of artificial intelligence as part of their strategy. Benin, just up there, your neighbor up there, is looking at anticipating the impacts of artificial intelligence on West Africa's aspiring digital services hub. These are the strategies taken by governments. Brazil is looking at reaping the benefits of artificial intelligence with some cautionary notes. Cambodia is looking at seeking artificial intelligence approaches to national research missions. Chile looking at finding possibilities to apply artificial intelligence in an existing research financing ecosystem. China is looking at promoting artificial intelligence for its own scientific approach. And when we look at India, India is looking at gaining insights into transformative technologies and their social integration. And last year, China, India, the librarians there and academia had 3 big events looking at what government has put up as part of transformative technologies and their social integration into academia and how the library links into that. They had big congresses that we're also involved with. Malaysia is looking at enabling the 4th industrial revolution. Mexico, looking at creating a national lead agency for artificial intelligence. Oman is looking at fostering innovation through an executive program that's funded by government also. Uruguay is looking at following a roadmap to prepare national science systems for artificial intelligence. And Uzbekistan is looking at building the right conditions and skills for artificial intelligence. And this is the document I want to share with you. It's available online. It's a document from the International Science Council, Preparing National Research Ecosystems for AI, Strategies and Progress in 2024. And this report was published now in June 2024. And what I was sharing with you here is quite important for all of us to understand that as rightly themed for this conference, around transformative technologies and how they impact the work that we do. How we also, from our library side, how do we influence what we do and not sit in our little corners and reinvent the wheel, other than looking and say, what are other libraries doing in harnessing 1, 2, 3, 4? For example, in my institution, as part of the CNATE Teaching and Learning Committee, we provided input into the use of artificial intelligence, guideline documents for students and researchers. And I've also appointed for the first time a cataloger who just focuses on metadata standards and metadata for SDGs, because this is what is linking to what we need to be doing in harnessing all these other things and looking at the indicators. And this is what I wanted to share with you, colleagues, as we look at the theme of the conference today and the discussions that we have had. And also, I've also have a number of references that I'm sharing with you here. And that's the end of my story I wanted to share with you today.
Wow, 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 wow. This is wonderful. This is marvelous. In fact, I'll also put my hands together for Prof. Indeed, you have done well. You have spurred up the participants, and not only the participants, even the profession of library and information science. You have spurred us up to action by your paper on how to apply AI in library services. So indeed, it's a thought-provoking paper that when participants get hold of this paper, they will make do with the insights that you have given in this paper for further action. So at this juncture, I will call on the president. Please recognize this beautiful work you have done and then probably call on our grandfather in the profession to also give you this great recognition. Thank you very much, Prof. President LISFN.
Well done, Prof. Actually, we really appreciate your speech and presentation. It was eloquent and it was easygoing, and you hit the nail. Actually, we appreciate you for accepting our invitation to attend the LISFN 2024 conference in collaboration with the Department of Library and Information Science. And always when we call upon you, we are always ready to answer our call. Thank you, Prof, for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. So with this, this marks the end of the paper presentation from our invited guests. So in no time from now, we will now be going into presentations from those who have sent in their paper for this conference. So indeed, once again, for our keynote speaker, Prof. Daisy Salem-Matsela, we are most grateful to our wonderful lead paper presenters, Associate Prof. Romoke Opeyemi Kader and Dr. Lawal. We are also most grateful. We are grateful to the father of the day, person of Professor Zakari Mohammed. We are grateful to the chairman of this very occasion, in person of Dr. Habibu Mohammed, the HOD, Department of Library and Information Science, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. And we are most grateful to all participants, colleagues from within and outside the country that have attended. We want to thank our guest also from Zambia. Thank you very much, Ms. Alice Msunda. Thank you for your attendance. So just like I said, in no time from now, we will go into paper presentations for the day. We have an order for the presentation. So I'll be projecting the order so that we will know the order in which we are going to present our papers, and then we'll follow it accordingly. I do. This is the order of presentation that I've projected. I'll just share the order of presentation. A conceptual review on public library objectives, cognitive qualities as correlates to the 15th Sustainable Development Goal. So if the presenter is here, please share your slide, and then you start. We are going to follow the order strictly, please. If it is not your turn, do not share your slide so that we can do it orderly and finish up on time.
Hello,
the first presenter, if you are here, please share your slide.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Hello.
We can hear you. The first presenter should be Abdullahi Abubakar Panti.
Yes. I am standing in for Abdullahi Abubakar Panti from Prayer University of Technology, Mina.
So hello, share your slide.
Yes, unfortunately the slide is not available.
Sure.
Yes. We are so sorry about the ill preparation. It's something that is beyond our.
Oh, you have 10 minutes to speak to your paper, please.
So I'm standing in for them, Abdullahi Panti, and the rest from Prayer University of Technology, Mina. The paper we are about to view is a conceptual review on public library objectives, cognitive qualities as correlates to the 15th Sustainable Development Goal. So I would like to go straight to the abstract in order not to waste much of our time. So the study sets to review public library objectives, the cognitive qualities of librarians as correlates to the attainment and achievement of the 15th Sustainable Development Goal in Nigeria. The concept of Sustainable Development Goal was explained. Sustainable Development Goal 15 deals with life on land. In other words, terrestrial biodiversity. Environmental sensitive issues. related to land-based renewable natural resources. Concept of the library objective is the goal and aim of public libraries. There are strategies towards the attainment of this particular development goal, which include publicity, outreach, the use of flyers, the cognitive qualities of the managers of these public libraries towards recognizing the sustainable development goals and how they can firstly apply them in their library services. And some of the challenges that are facing librarians towards achieving these sustainable development goals were identified under the conceptual review of this paper. Most of them, which include financial and insufficient manpower to support and implement this sustainable development goal within public libraries in Nigeria. The issue of financial limitations and insufficient manpower is, we can say it is applicable in every sector of the economy, because without experience this absence of this professional manpower, automatically the aims and objectives of the libraries, public library in question, cannot be achieved. So this paper concluded by recommending that government and library managers should most of all appreciate the roles of libraries in overall development of the society. That the government should also participate in collaborative and partnership activities that will help public libraries in order to achieve the 15th Sustainable Development Goal. And the library managers should also participate in advocacy programs in order to drive home the activities that is involved towards development goals in public libraries. So at this point in time, I know by the time the main paper gets to the hands of our dear colleagues and the participants, the things contained in the paper will serve at least. It will be a leeway towards the achievement of the 15th Sustainable Development Goals. So at this point, I think thank you. Why we continue with the conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. The floor is open for comments from what the presenter has just presented. Though, as we have heard, there was no PowerPoint, but then I believe we were taking down some notes. So if that was done, then we can just say something to improve on the paper they have presented. The title of the paper is A Conceptual Review on Public Library Objectives, Cognitive Qualities as Correlate to the 15th Sustainable Development Goal. Well, from the title, I would say that now, what is this 15th Development Goal? Sustainable Development Goal. What is that 15th SDG? So yes, you should have been direct as to tell us that, okay, as correlates to, you now mentioned that 15th Development Goal.
Okay, sorry. At the second paragraph, the concept of Sustainable Development Goal was explained, which is the 15th SDG deals with life on land. In other words, it is the terrestrial biodiversities and the ecosystem, as well as their services. Hello, sir.
Yeah, so I said to avoid ambiguity.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, life on land. And under that life on land, it's been divided into subdivisions, which issues are related to land-based renewable natural resources.
Yeah, so which one is your paper speaking to? That is, your paper, of course, should be speaking to a perspective of the 15 development goals. Isn't that so?
Yes, it's a public library publicity and then outreach.
Hello, your network is failing.
The paper deals on publicity. Publicities are the roles of library in publicities.
Okay, Dr.
Yes.
Umar is raising up his hand. Dr. Umar, you have the floor.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Dr. Umar.
Yes, I want to find out. Well done for the presentation. Are you one of the authors?
I am sending in for them because the current person
How many of them? How many of them?
Yeah, 5 in number.
And you are not part of the author?
I am not part of the author, but I participated as assistant.
Okay, let me address the moderator. Mr. Moderator, right, sir. I think this is a virtual presentation. Yes, so sir. I am surprised and I'm not impressed. A paper written by multiple authors, and all the authors, regardless of the virtual nature of the conference, they cannot appear to present their paper. So this is not encouraging. And I feel he is not in a position to answer any of our questions. So I just want us to take note for future preparation of conference. If we are doing conference like this virtual, and there are multiple authors, not one, not two, and none of them can volunteer to represent their group, I think we should be able to step down the paper in the future. Please. It's okay. This is my suggestion for you. But this one, you can allow it. It has happened. It has happened. So my questions, I cannot ask questions because he is not in a position to answer any of it. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome, sir. Thank you very much for that valid observation. Honestly, it's not encouraging because you have 5 authors, none of them is available to present, and they do not even have a PowerPoint. No, it's honestly unacceptable and it's not encouraging. So thank you. We move to the next.
Thank you, distinguished colleagues.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
We move to the next presentation: mobile phone used for academic activities among NC1 students in FCE Kano. Presenter, if you are here, share your slide.
So we can skip it, sir, for now, because let's move to the next before they come.
Please.
Sir, can you hear me? I said we can skip it. Let's move to the third one because they started they are not ready now for them.
Okay, so we go to presenter number 3, Ibrahim Ado-Bayero. Ibrahim Ado-Bayero, who is going to present on health information sources of the elderly hypertensive attending Federal Medical Center, Bida, Niger State, Nigeria. Ibrahim Ado-Bayero.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, share your slide, please.
Okay. Can you see my screen, sir?
Well, we can just see a black screen. We cannot see anything displaying yet. Yes, now put it. Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. Permit me to stand on already established protocol. My name is Ibrahim Adubayaro, and I'll be presenting to you this morning our paper rather, on the topic health information seeking behavior. Sorry, please. On the topic health information sources of the elderly hypertensive attending Federal Medical Center, Bigda, Niger State. Hypertension or high blood pressure, as it is commonly called, is a deadly disease that mostly affects the elderly. It is sometimes referred to as a silent killer because most often than not, they are not being identified easily unless one go to the hospital and being diagnosed.
Sorry, you have 10 minutes to do your presentation. 10 minutes.
Okay. In 2021, the World Health Organization undertook a research, and it shows that about 1.3 billion of persons, especially the elderly, are affected by hypertension, and this number, that is the 1.3 billion, were the number of mortality caused as a result of hypertension. The objective of this study was to identify the health information sources consulted by the elderly hypertensive, and this study focuses on improving the ways this study focuses on ways to improve the health information seeking behavior of the elderly. This study was conducted among elderly persons 60 years and above and attending Federal Medical Center, Bigda. The research methodology adopted for this study was a quantitative research method with case study design. The population of the study was 1,840 elderly hypertensives. The sample size was 15, and the criterion-based sampling purposive sample was used. The instrument used for data collection in this study was a semi-structured interview. Procedure for data collection: data were collected by the research and research assistant, and thematic analysis was adopted for this study. Summary of major findings: the participants in this study identified healthcare providers, family and friends, the media, that is TV and radio stations, and lastly, internet and online platforms as the major sources they acquire information related to hypertension. These are subcategories of each of the sources identified by participants in these studies. That is, the healthcare providers included the nurses, the doctors, and all healthcare providers. And their role was to provide expert medical information related to hypertension management. Family and friends constitute the children, colleagues, and friends of the participants. The media constitutes radio station and television programs. As for the online information resources used by the participant, social media and online health information resources were what the participants mostly use to satisfy their information need in respect to hypertension. To conclude this work, this study provides an important insight into the health information seeking behavior of the elderly hypertensive attending Federal Medical Center, Bigda. The findings reveal that the elderly population relies heavily on sources of information to manage their hypertension. And these sources include the healthcare providers, the media, and the internet. Based on the findings of this study, the following recommendations were made. One, there is a need to create support groups since the participants have identified friends and family and as their major source of information. So there is a need to create a group for them so that they will have somewhere to share information within themselves. There is also a need there's a need for public awareness, that is use of posters and flyers in local languages, just as the way it was being done in respect to HIV and AIDS. And also there is a need to engage the youth so that they are aware of the risk factor associated with hypertension and know where to seek this information if at all any of the youths are affected in the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping the time. Please keep sharing your work. Return it to the title page so that, yes, share it. Let us have the title so that others present can now comment on your work. Yeah, take it to the title page.
I'm there.
Yes, so senior colleagues, here is a paper that has been presented, Health Information Sources of the Elderly Hypertensive Attending Federal Medical Center, Bida, Niger State, Nigeria. So please, the floor is open for comments, observations to improve upon the quality of the paper.
Yes, I have some few observations.
Okay, please go on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Presenter.
Thank you.
You really did a good presentation. But my question is, why did you focus on health information sources for the elderly? Coming up with an empirical research like this, we're supposed to address a major issue on hypertensive. Usually everyone knows that hypertensive is a case that elderly usually face, especially when they reach the age of 50, 60, and 70, and so on like that. So why did you focus on only the sources of information only?
Actually, this work is a subsidiary of my dissertation, which I recently presented at the department. For because of this, for me to present to this conference, there is a page limit. So there is how far I can go. I wanted sharing everything I've done, but I couldn't. I just have to stick to one of my research question. So this is just my research question, and I felt it's very important because mostly, as you have said, hypertension is a deadly disease, as we all know, and we a lot of this,
Yes, you can go on. We are with you.
A lot of research has been undertaken, but mostly they are from health perspective. So what we did here now is to just come from an informative perspective, and we felt knowing their sources is very important, because it is through these sources that we tend to channel them to the right path. We tend to feed the participants with right information, and thereby reducing the mortality rate caused as a result of hypertension.
All right, thank you. I found that you have one major objective, which is the sources of information, but then
Yes.
you have almost 3 recommendations.
Yes.
Yes. So, and some of the recommendations are not directly linked with the sources based on your finding. So what happened?
I will look into it, or you rather point out to me those that were not specifically addressing the research question then, so that for future, I will look into them. Thank you.
All right, then the last before maybe, based on your conclusion, so
Yes.
after finding out the sources of the sources of information by the elderly, then
Yes.
can you please tell us in just a single or one statement, what is your conclusion?
I showed a slide concluding the entire work that at the end of this work, it was found that the participant, as in the elderly hypertensive, identify 4 major sources of information, and that is what was identified there.
So after identifying 4 major sources of, then what? So what now?
I don't get to what.
Oh, what I'm saying, you've now identified that they uses 4 sources of information, right?
Yes.
And so then what's again?
I don't understand what.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that after identifying
Yes.
that, okay, they use so information, which is 4.
That's what slide came in. They said they acquired information through friends and family, and we are now like, okay, the hospital management should create a social group for them.
All right.
They'll be reaching out to themselves within that group. It could be online, maybe a WhatsApp group or physical. They'll be like you, and you. They'll form a community for them so that they will share. There is information share flow within themselves, since they've identified they get hypertension information through friends and colleagues. I think you should go.
All right,
through
thank you. I've raised my case. Thank you.
Yes. Other colleagues, please, you can comment. In the comment section, Dr. Kader has dropped that many studies have been documented from library and information science. So probably you stated that few studies. Did you at any point state that few studies documented this year?
Like I have said also, sir, Doctor.
Your area?
You said?
I said, during the course of your presentation, did you by chance say that maybe few studies have documented this area you are presenting?
Yes.
I stated it, and I also said that this work, I also presented it as my master's dissertation not quite long ago.
So there is a senior colleague. A senior colleague is now observing that many studies have been documented from library and information studies on this area that we are conducting.
Okay, sir.
Yes. Now let's go to your. How many objectives do you have for this work?
One objective.
One objective. Then your findings.
Yes, sir.
Your findings.
Yes, sir.
How many findings?
4.
4 findings.
That direct, as in the findings. The question is my research question is the sources of elderly hypertensive, the sources of information, and I discovered.
I know. Now what I'm asking you is that you see, thank God you said you are a student of library and information science from the department here in ABU. So
Yes,
the
sir.
trend is that your research questions or objectives should tally with your findings or finding, and then should tally with your recommendations, as the case may be.
Okay.
Because all these things are in a block, or like it's in a line, whereby if you have, take for example, you outlined 2 objectives for the study. It's expected that from those objectives, until and unless you are saying that maybe you had extraneous findings also. But then if not extraneous findings, it is expected that these 2 objectives should be able to yield 2 findings and then concretely you should be able to recommend based on the findings that we have gotten.
So I have a finding to this work. What I did now, the error now is from the recommendation. So, right?
Okay, you have a finding. You said just a finding.
Yes, just a finding.
So then, of course, it's based on that finding that you now recommend. Even also those other recommendations, where are they coming from?
Okay, I will look into them, sir.
Yes, and I hope that all these corrections you are taking note.
Yes, sir.
Then there is another participant from the comment section. He said the presenter should kindly improve the quality of the PowerPoint by making it captivating with pictures demonstrating the events instead of more words. So, you know this popular saying that a picture speaks 1,000 words?
1,000 words.
Do you know that popular saying?
Yeah, I've heard it, sir.
Yeah, so that you will not bore your listeners.
Okay,
try
sir.
to, I believe from all the presenters we have had today, you could see that their work was a mixture of both text and images.
Correct, sir. So
yes,
earlier,
so,
I reached out to the chairman of this, Mr. Ishaq, that will not be available. So I didn't know I will be presenting. So but I will improve. Thank you so much, sir.
You are most welcome. Any other comment from the comment section? If not, then we move to the next presenter.
Okay.
So I think, yes, you can. So next, we have a presentation from, or the title, Awareness and Adoption of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning towards Information Management in Selected Academic Libraries in Southwest Nigeria. So you can go ahead and...
Thank you very much. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 10 minutes for a presentation.
All right, thank you very much, sir. My name is Giwa Ayokunle Adamila from Ekiti State Polytechnic in Ekiti State here. And I and the co-authors will be presenting a paper on awareness and adoption of artificial intelligence and machine learning towards information management in selected libraries in Southwest Nigeria. I have six, altogether we are six here. Academic libraries are departments located in higher institutions that are intended to give the campus community access to knowledge-based materials, academic resources to help them achieve their academic goals more fully. In order to maintain the academic goals of the parent educational institutions, libraries are tasked with gathering, processing, preserving, and sharing knowledge material. As such, information resources like books, newspaper, audiovisuals must be organized and preserved in order not to be damaged, which is why information management is essential. However, due to the dodge of information and the overwhelming volume of demand, it has been challenging for them to accomplish this effectively. This means that there is inefficiency of library services, advanced technical interventions is required, such as artificial intelligence. According to Mamala 2023, artificial intelligence is the development of computer system that can perform tasks that are typically require information intelligence, such as object detection, decision-making, solving complex problems, and so forth. Thus, incorporating AI into library needs to be primary concern, notwithstanding the advantages of AI. Observation and literature pointed to a paucity of research, particularly in library. Therefore, this study investigated an assessment of awareness and adoption of artificial intelligence towards information management in selected libraries. Why is that? Sorry. So the research question, I'm trying to look at what is the level of awareness of artificial intelligence and machine learning by librarians in academic libraries. I looked at the types of AI and ML adopted towards information management. Then we look at the benefits of AI and ML in information management, and also the challenges that militate against the adoption of AI and ML in academic libraries in Southwest Nigeria. The study adopted a descriptive survey method to gather opinions of librarians. I have a total of 117 academic librarians in 9 academic libraries. Total enumeration techniques was adopted in order to allow all the targeted population to participate in the study. Where I used a structured questionnaire made use of face validity was adopted by submitting this questionnaire to experts in library and information science. The questionnaire was administered to the respondents by 2 research assistants, and data was collected and analyzed in frequency table percentage and mean. For my findings, results showed that there was a high level of AI and ML awareness by majority of the librarians in academic libraries in Southwest Nigeria. This could be as a result of the increasing importance of digital resources. Academic libraries are increasingly managing large amounts of digital resources, such as ebooks, electronic journals, and digital archives. AI and ML technologies can help librarians effectively to organize, search, and analyze these resources. Also, the findings show that the types of AI and ML adopted by academic libraries for information management are RFID technologies, security scanning machines, machine-readable catalog, and chatbots. The LIS user robot and humanoid. This could be as a result of user familiarity. These are familiar technologies that users are accustomed to interacting with in various settings. This familiarity can help increase user acceptance and adoption of these technologies in academic libraries, unlike robots. In conclusion,
Alaikum salam.
so the result also shows benefits of AI and ML. Okay, I've said that. The respondent favorable perception of benefits of AI could be as a result of their efficient operations. Also, the findings of this study review the major challenges faced by academic libraries is it's somehow high disruption brought by AI on traditional library services and the need to redesign workflow. The reason could be due to the fact that AI and ML can automate many routine tasks traditionally performed by librarians. And this automation can lead to concerns about job displacement and the need for librarians to adapt their skills to work along. So in conclusion, AI and ML is an issue that is on the front runner in the world of academics due to its prevalent rate of awareness among librarians and researchers. This study reviews a significant level of awareness and adoption of AI and ML technologies among librarians in academic libraries for information management. This high level of awareness indicates a proactive approach towards leveraging advanced technologies to enhance library services, improve efficiency, and meet evolving users' expectations. However, some librarians perceive AI and ML threats to their jobs. Moving forward, continued professional development, collaboration, and ethical consideration will be crucial in maximizing the potentials of AI and ML in academic libraries, while ensuring that librarians remain at the forefront of delivering high quality and user-centric service in this digital age. So I recommend that libraries should proactively address the perception of AI and ML as a threat to the job of librarians by emphasizing the complementary nature of these technologies to existing roles. Also, in order to sustain the level of awareness and increase the adoption of AI and ML, librarians should engage in ongoing training and professional development opportunities to enhance their skills and knowledge in AI and ML technologies. Also, academic libraries need to adapt to the high disruption brought by AI and ML on traditional services by redesigning their service offerings to align with the changing user need. Libraries should reevaluate and redesign their workflows to integrate AI and ML technology seamlessly into their operations. Thank you. Hello.
All right, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. So before the moderator, I think he's having network issue. I would like to ask you some basic question based on your presentation. Are you with me?
All right, go ahead, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Okay, congratulations. Congratulations. Well done. So,
yes, can I go on?
yes, please. Go on.
Yeah. So, I want to ask you before I make my observation.
Okay.
The library selected,
Yes.
the one you selected for your study,
Yes, yes.
are you saying have they adopted the artificial intelligence or they have not adopted?
That's the reason why for the study I said I show some academic libraries in Southwest Nigeria. The question asked were based to know if they've adopted this and to know the
Yes or
reason. What is it?
No, just continue. Yeah, issues.
Yes, as you can see in the research question, these libraries that were chosen, it was asked to know their level of awareness, the types of AI and ML adopted in their institutions, the
What I'm
benefits
saying, are you
and the
with me?
challenges.
Sorry, are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Before conducting the study,
Yeah.
did you have the impression that they have adopted it or they have not adopted it?
Do I have the impression if they've adopted?
it?
No, I don't.
But you are thinking they have not adopted it, right? Before the research, you conduct the research.
I want to know if they've adopted or
Meaning they
not.
have not
The reason
adopted.
why.
They have not adopted it, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Is it?
What you are asking, I think, is that not that's the purpose of conducting the research?
Now
To
you've
know
conducted the
if
research. But
yes.
even before you conduct the research, at least there is preliminary investigation, knowing that whether they have to, because if you look at your research question, go to your research question. Okay, already there. So, for example, now, if they have not adopted, then why question of benefit? Why asking benefit? Are you asking them benefit? How will they know the benefit if they have not adopted it?
I didn't say outrightly they've not adopted it. I'm just saying the
So you
reason
said
for
they've not.
I'm just saying the reason for conducting the research is to know all these things. That's the reason for the research questions, right?
Yeah, no. What I'm asking is different. What I'm asking is that before you conduct research, definitely,
of course, some of the academic libraries that I used, they've adopted because I made use of UI. I made use of Obafemi Awolowo University. Some of these universities have adopted it, but not all have adopted. So is the
that is the reason why. Sorry, are you with me? That was
Yes,
the reason why I asked you a question before making my observation. I was asking a simple question that before you conduct the research, those libraries you selected, have they adopted this technology, yes or no?
Yeah, some have adopted it, like you have adopted it. I personally, I graduated from UI, and I am very sure they've actually adopted some of this AI.
All right.
They are using
So
scanning machine.
going towards your paper, I found out that if going towards I find out that your presenting your tables there is somehow complex for a user to understand because you try to, for example, your question on level of awareness, you try to ask question on what are the level of awareness before now bringing analysis on their level of awareness. So I'm suggesting that you can make the table to more simpler directly to make the table just bring the scale of level of awareness instead of bringing the first table, then you now come down and make another analysis. Again, since your question on level of awareness, then you can now make it in a scale, maybe scale of 4 or 5 like that. Or
you
3
mean
like
the body of the work
of awareness instead of bringing a table yes or no before coming down and make another analysis, which will be somewhat complicated to a reader. And then again, your research question too, where you mentioned the types and the adoption, I think you can actually separate them where you now identify the types of AI, whether or not they have been adopted or not, you now identify them first, then you now ask a question on their level of adoption in each of these, so that at the end, you'll be able to know that, okay, even though these are the types of AI we have, but these are the level of adoption in each of the things that you can be able to compare if you wish at the end of your work. So thank you, I respect you.
All right. Thank you very much. I noted. I'm going to adjust that.
Okay, so any other comment on this paper? And I hope you are taking down notes.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes,
Loud and clear, sir.
Please let me give a quick one, because if the topic is about awareness and adoption, is it adoption or awareness? What is the topic about?
Awareness and adoption.
Yes, if it is talking about awareness and adoption, I think you are using adoption within the context of use. So if it is going to be used, then because you did not clearly discuss adoption very well, because adoption can imply use in some cases.
Okay.
And adoption can imply intention to use. All right. So
Yes.
I'm of the opinion that this topic should be looked at, so that you cannot be having all this kind of observation that you have received from the previous speaker. You could have just make it easier for you to say awareness and use. And that is just easier for you. And then you change adoption to use.
All right, sir. All right.
So
sir.
that is my only suggestion for the topic. Thank you. Because in the research question, there is no clearly question on adoption. You only which type of MI and AI in the university.
Okay, sir.
So, moderator, that is my only observation.
All right, sir. All right, sir.
Yeah, so judging from this observation, even
Hello.
hello?
I can hear you.
Yes, I said, judging from this observation, even now in your review of related studies, did you now review the literature on adoption of?
Yes, I did. In the body of the work, yes, I did. There's literature review on adoption and awareness.
Because you know, again, just as we have said, that in your review of related literature, from your title and then your research questions, it will guide you in the review. It's your systematic review of the literature, whereby you talked about the level of awareness, the type of AI, like that. You understand? And even this your research questions, I feel that you should arrange it systematically. You should now try to know the types of AI adopted before you now talk about the level of awareness.
Okay.
Yes, so it should be systematically arranged. Yeah, it's good. Just as you have gotten the challenges, usually the challenges should come at the tail end, which is okay. So, but then your 1 and 2, your 2 should be 1, 1 should be 2.
All right.
And then again, it should, like I've said, it should guide you in your review of related literature. Yes. So if you do that, you will not leave any of your variable untouched.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And I hope you are taking note of all these corrections.
Of course, of course.
Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have any other comment to make? Do you have any observation?
Are you talking to me or from the people?
No, I'm talking to you. I said, do you have any other observation?
No, sir. I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm fine with it.
Okay, so thank you very much. You can now
all right.
The slide so that another. So the next we have number 5, Mohammed Lawal. Please share your slide. Mohammed Lawal will be presenting units in information management. Units in information management. Is Mohammed Lawal available?
Okay. Hello.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Can you? Yeah. My name is Sani Ahmad, one of the authors. Sani Ahmad Hassan, one of the authors, second author, as in co-author of the paper. I'll be presenting.
Share your slide.
Okay, sir. So I'm about to share it. I'm using my phone because my laptop just crashed yesterday.
Sorry about
So I'm
that.
using my yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, we are still waiting. If we had the PowerPoint, we would have been able to share from our end. Maybe we'll give you time to try to address it while we'll call on the next presenter to present their own paper. So we will call on those with the title Implications of Blockchain Technology and Accessibility of Library Records and User Data. Are they available? Hello? Yes, Dr. Abamza. Dr. Abba. Dr. Abba. Dr. Abba, can you share your slide? Hello, Dr. Abba. Okay, we will move ahead. Danjuma Onu Ajibili et al. Are they here?
Yes, we are, sir. Good morning,
Please.
sir.
Morning. Go ahead and share your slide, please.
Okay. I'm trying to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I have 10 minutes, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I'll try to see how I can rush the walk through within 10 minutes. It's actually not an empirical walk like some of my colleagues have done. So it's more of an opinion walk. So I'm presenting on behalf of my colleagues, Femi and Ikechukwu. And the title, as stated there, is Cloud Computing in Libraries. So we went ahead to start the work by going into an abstract, and we stated there that the paper 6 were to explore the concept of cloud computing. Concepts were discussed. Types of cloud computing were also discussed. The benefit of cloud computing in libraries was also discussed, or were rather discussed. Challenges with the use of cloud computing technologies in Nigerian libraries were also further discussed. Okay, and also went further to talk about the strategies for improving. For an empirical work, the strategies would rather be a recommendation to those challenges that were discovered or were found to be challenged to affect the use of the cloud computing. So strategies for improving the use of cloud computing in Nigerian libraries were also found. So the work had an introduction, which is also similar to the abstract. And we said with web-based technologies now, which is currently in use, most libraries now are encouraged to start adapting or start using cloud computing instead of the normal internal database preservation of information resources and materials. So we also went further, like the concept of cloud computing. We discussed that, and we said, to a layman, through a network connection, cloud computing enables, we can say enables users to access and use computing resources remotely, rather than, depending on local servers or personal computers to handle these services. So we stated here that cloud computing itself, it refers to the use of hosting these services, including servers, databases, networking, software and database storage using the internet. So for cloud computing, no doubt about it, the internet is also very vital when utilizing it or putting it into use. Now, we discussed various types of cloud computing. And we stated 4 major types, which are the public, the let's say these are infrastructures that are owned and operated by public cloud services or service providers like the Google, Microsoft Word, and and the likes. And also the public clouds deliver services and resources such as storage network, develop and redeployment, or develop and deploy environments and applications over the internet. And it's owned and run by third-party cloud service providers, just like I mentioned earlier, the Google Cloud. And also for the private cloud, these are usually housed, and sites and are created, managed, and utilized by single company. Although they offer more control, customization, and the data protection than traditional IT environment, they are also more expensive and have fewer resources available in them. So I think that's more reason why it's private. And for the community cloud, this can be said to refer to, cloud infrastructures that are used by multiple organizations that share common issues such as mission values, security policies, and all that. It may also be administered by organization or by a third party, and it may be located on or off the company's premises. Google Apps for government establishment is also a typical example of that. And for the hybrid, this suggests, let's say, storage environment that combine one or more public clouds with at least one private computing environment. So they let you take advantage of the services and resources offered by, several computing environments and select the one that works best for your workload. But among all these 4, the one I would personally recommend or that is most suitable for Nigerian libraries is the public cloud, which is a service that is being hosted and managed by service providers like Google Cloud, and it's more cheaper. Now, we went further to discuss the use of this Google Cloud in libraries. Now, it has a lot of use. We can use it to host information library systems. That is where you have the OPAC and all that. Those can be hosted. Hello?
Yes.
I said it can be to host information library systems. The most popular one use of cloud computing, like in libraries, has been for hosting of ILS, by cloud providers. In the past, vendors of integrated, library systems would provide the software to libraries, and the libraries will have to provide a server and host the application on on site, including providing the maintenance, backups, and upgrades for the software. And also, secondly, one of the use is for institutional repository. Obviously, libraries, especially academic libraries, require to provide, materials, created in their institution by both students and researchers, including digital collections of, manuscripts. So electronic theses and dissertations are also included. So in a nutshell, the library is responsible for creating an institutional repository, preferably online, to increase the visibility of the institution worldwide. And it's also a platform to showcase the academic prowess of, such institution. Then the Google Cloud can also be used as a digital preservation. Preservation and conservation of library materials are major components of library services, as the library is responsible for preserving its information resources, especially in this 21st century. Preservation of library resources are usually requires digitization of print resources, especially in the 21st century. And the storage of all electronic materials are very essential and one of the key responsibilities of the library. Libraries can overcome physical storage space infrastructure limitations too by utilizing cloud-based platforms to preserve their resources, and backup for data. It's also very important that Google computing and storage will help safeguard like data in the form of a backup of the library's information, from disaster that could destroy information or information resources such as fire, flood, and all that. So it can be used as a backup of data where resources can also be preserved and kept. Then you also have document sharing and information discovery. So cloud computing makes it extremely simple to distribute files online. You may effortlessly exchange documents like photographs, movies, and other things via the internet. The cloud itself provides a platform for storing various types of information, which can be accessed at any time and from anywhere. This makes it incredibly simple to search for information, which is especially beneficial for researchers. Now, the benefit is also stated in the work, where we looked at the cost efficiency. We the data security.
I think maybe the presenter has some network challenges.
wannan gashi copy sai ka taba shi sai na taba shi da me zaka bude PPT wannan ka amfani da shi sai wani kuma da
Yes, you still have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Loud and clear, over.
Okay. So sorry, my apologies. The network just went. So let me quickly reshare the document again.
That's okay.
Yeah?
Yes. We are with you.
Okay. So, excuse me, like I said about the data security, Google Cloud provides, almost certainly provide, higher security than what we achieve internally. So therefore, if you check sensitive patron data, transaction records, and digital collections can, all be managed in a more secured setting by migrating library management systems, to the cloud. We also discussed document recovery and backup, which we stated, earlier. Then we went further to quickly discuss the challenges too. Challenges that are associated with the use of Google Cloud technologies, especially in Nigerian libraries. Well, it's not just peculiar to us, but it's an African thing. But these ones are the ones we looked and observed that they have serious challenges, or they pose serious challenges to our use of the of the cloud technologies in Nigeria. So one of them we said is the downtime. Technically, downtime is most common cloud computing challenge. According to almost every user, cloud service providers may become, overloaded at times due to high volume of clients, they serve daily. So this may result in technical disruptions, causing your, apps to experience temporal downtime, and all that. Then secondly, we also looked at the internet connectivity. Poor internet connectivity and limited bandwidth are also two major barriers to cloud computing adoption in Nigerian academic libraries. So in the absence of a reliable internet connection and a suitable device, a user might not be able to access the information available in the cloud, especially with the non-availability of internet access to Nigerian libraries. So we also looked at the poor staffing, skills that are required, and the training, are also a major challenge. The major obstacle now facing Nigerian academic libraries, like we earlier said, is the lack of personnel training and retraining, particularly, in the field of ICT application. So the majority of academic librarians in Nigeria, they lack this necessary ICT skill to integrate cloud computing, efficiently. So we also said finance requirement is a challenge. I also discussed security risks. Even though we said it's safe, but sometimes the promise of a cloud service provider, even with the most reliable credentials, it's not enough to eradicate completely the possibility of losing important data or prevent hackers from, targeting cloud storage to gain access to, some of these sensitive business data. So we can't completely that out. So strategies for improving, we mentioned among others 3 major ones, which is understanding the technicalities. It's very important. Librarians should be trained and retrained to acquire, the required skills that will enable them to fully exploit the advantage of using these cloud technologies for effective and efficient information service delivery. And secondly, data service security measures and also power supply. Those are also key things you should look into that can also help improve the use of Google Cloud. Like the power supply, like we said, alternative solar inverter can be used as a backup. Then in conclusion, there will be no need just reading that out, but the adoption of cloud computing, is not without its challenges though, but libraries need to, leverage on a variety of strategies to forestall these challenges. By so doing, libraries in Nigeria could, easily solidify their role as information managers in digital landscape and to continue to remain relevant in the scheme of things as it relates to effective and efficient service delivery. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Presenter, for a very Good presentation. So we'll call on participants, please, to make their comments.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Presenter. Can I go on, sir?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I want to start my comment from the title. Are you with me?
I'm with you, sir.
Yes. You said cloud computing in libraries, and you said the Nigerian perspective. And I am suggesting, why not you just say cloud computing in Nigerian libraries so that we just specific.
Okay, it's noted, sir.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Cloud computing in Nigerian libraries. Noted, sir.
Then your abstract. I can see like the first paragraph, or let me say almost first, second, third, and fifth line or so on, are not anywhere found in your paper, unless maybe the sixth line. So maybe you look at your abstract again.
Okay, noted, sir.
Then, from all your discussion in your paper, even though in your presentation, you are linking your presentation with Nigerian libraries, which is okay. But in your main paper, most of your discussion were open to libraries. You do not nail it to Nigerian libraries. Starting from the first heading, second heading, only when you want to mention, I think, challenges or study, that's where you now bring library. Meanwhile, your perspective focus is what Nigerian libraries. I think you need to look at that too.
Okay, I didn't get that, sir.
What I am saying, are you with me?
I'm with you.
I said in your presentation, it was okay because you are linking your discussion with Nigerian libraries. But in your paper, most of the headings and some of the discussions you made were just open libraries. Meanwhile, your major focus is what? Nigerian libraries.
Okay, okay.
So maybe you adjust that in your main paper.
Okay.
Yeah, but on the types of cloud computing, yes, you might not really bring the types of cloud computing in Nigeria. You can bring all the types of cloud computing as you mentioned, but you now come down and bring those ones that are in Nigerian library so that you can look at your time, make your way forward or strategies at the end.
All right, sir. All right, sir.
Now, going to your challenges, you mentioned 7 challenges for the, I think 7 years. You mentioned 7 challenges. Am I saying the right thing? You mentioned 7 challenges.
Yes.
Use of cloud technology in Nigerian libraries. But
yes,
the way for the strategies you brought, even though you not bring way forward, but you bring strategies as a way forward for the challenges, right? But you mentioned only 4.
Yes.
So what about the rest 3 of the challenges? What are the strategies to address that? So because you mentioned 7 challenges, you have to tell us the way forward for the 7 to address the challenge.
Okay. Some challenges handled, some recommendations are that strategy.
Yes.
Handled 2 challenges at once. So that was why I didn't want to start repeating so that it doesn't look like tautology. But I'll look into that too, sir.
All right. You can as well separate them if you can do that.
Okay.
I think that is all I have now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, the floor is still open for other comments to be made. Floor is still open for other comments to be made, please. Yes, just as the first person that made the comment noted that cloud computing in libraries, the Nigerian perspective. So maybe another person can have a paper on cloud computing in libraries, the Ghanaian perspective, the Kenyan perspective, and all that. But then, during the course of your presentation, you categorically stated clearly that these challenges cut across. There are challenges that are of common ground. So meaning that there will be no need for you to now be segmenting this perspective into countries. Or maybe, well, you could just say in Nigerian libraries or libraries in Nigeria also. So maybe that perspective can go. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I agree with you, sir. I agree with you completely. It's correct.
Yeah. Yes. So,
Cloud
well,
computing
again,
in Nigerian libraries, if possible, academic libraries. Then see how you can reflect that in the content.
Yes, so cloud computing in academic libraries in Nigeria.
Okay.
And then again, you now try to find a way of trickling down, because I don't think you are not going to conduct the whole study in academic libraries in Nigeria. So maybe your focus might be on southwestern libraries within the southwest zone or whatever. So, but then your topic can be this broad, and then within the context of the work, we now streamline to your, well, fine, if your study also covers the whole of the entirety of Nigeria, it's fine also. So you can trickle it down, and then, well, you also mentioned some challenges that are common to cloud computing issues. Challenges like server downtime and a whole lot of that. And you see, because of that, is affecting the research productivity or output of some universities within this domain that we are. Because sometimes when people from the other divide want to now harvest resources within this other part, most of the times they are faced with a lot of challenges in harvesting it because of server downtime. And then, yes, you mentioned security. You mentioned security risks. Security risk is fine, but then to me, it's broad. What aspect of the security risk are you now talking about? Are you talking about the theft of these resources? Or are you now talking about that some people might have unauthorized access in tampering with these resources? Or are you now talking about people who have ulterior motives, wanting to ruin what has been put there, so that probably, I know, for you to get to the level of cloud computing and all that, you might have outsourced it or so. So, but then some people now see it as a leeway to gain financial income for themselves. And then they will, at every interval, try to frustrate the process so that you still go back to them, give them some money, and then they rectify the issues. So that security risk is too broad. You need to itemize or talk about what level of security risk you're talking about, because all this poses security to the resources in the cloud.
Okay, it's noted, sir, but I actually spoke more on privacy. But with what you've said, I'll throw more light and possibly do more citations.
Okay. Abdullahi, you have the floor. You are raising your hand, so you can say something. Abdullahi, you raised your hand. You can comment. Okay, maybe he's not available. So, well done. Take note of all the corrections and then effect accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir. So we'll go to the next paper. Go to the Jamil Abdullahi. Jamil Abdullahi. Digital capacity building. Are they here? Jamil Abdullahi.
Abdulhadi.
Pardon?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I've been here waiting for the doctor to finish, so I raised my hand for that matter.
You want to present your paper?
Yes, I'm presenting my paper right away.
That is Jamil Abdullahi. Who?
No, Abdullahi Abdulhadi.
No, the eighth paper to be presented is Jamilu Abdullahi and Zaharuddin Muhammad Abubakar.
But my paper is selected to take place by 1 p.m. So
yes, because we didn't start early, so we are not following it by the time. We are following it in the order of presentation now, without recourse to time.
Okay. So can you promise, please let me do my own since I have the connection with you now. I'm right now in the market managing some small scale.
Small
Hello?
scale business?
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Exactly, sir. Yeah.
So which is your paper?
Yeah, the paper is awareness and use of social networking sites by students of Federal Polytechnic, Doga. Can you see the paper?
Paper number 12. You have paper number 12, okay? Are you sharing your slides?
Yeah.
Share.
It's my paper, that one. Can I start?
Share your slide, please.
Oh,
You said?
I still ask for a paper again, but like my slides is in my system, and I actually not close to my system. But the LCO is with me. Hello?
What is with you?
Yeah, the LCO is with me. My paper is in my. You said?
Hello, sir. I suggest we follow the order so that he will prepare himself. If not, the time is going. I suggest we'll go back.
Okay, so Abdulhadi, please, we will follow the order. It will get to your turn. Yes, so
Please, sir, please, I'm sure.
Abdulhadi, please, we said let us strictly follow the order.
I'm not with my. Please, sir, I can't have my paper even later for my. I can't have my slide even later. Let me do it now. If not, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, so Paper 8, digital capacity building for improving heritage collection. Management in Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa Library and Gallery Center, Bauchi, by Jamilu Abdullahi and Zaharaddin Muhammad Abubakar. Are they around?
Digital capacity building. This one to build for working heritage collection.
Okay, so we now have the next paper by Malama Ramatu Haliru.
Yes, going to the next one. Sir, good afternoon, sir. I'm present.
Yes, please share your slide.
Okay, good afternoon. Let
Good
me
afternoon.
do
Librarians advocacy for creative commons license in open access publishing.
I'm joining Zoom. All my lectures is Zoom. Please, can you see my screen?
We can see a blank screen.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My
The
name
screen
is
is blank.
Ramotu.
The slide is
Can you
blank.
hear?
Your screen is blank. Blank.
Blank?
Yes.
Yes.
So let me reshare.
Please reshare.
What about now, sir?
Yes. Can see it.
Okay.
Yes, so put it in presentation mode.
Oh, I should put it in presentation mode.
F5 on your computer.
Now?
Tap F5 on your keyboard.
I didn't get you, Mr. Doctor.
I said you should tap F5 on your keyboard. F5.
Okay. Okay.
Present.
Okay, I've typed. So, good afternoon, everyone, and all protocol duly observed. The title of my paper is Academic Librarian Advocacy of Creating Commons License in Open Access Publishing. I'll be presenting alongside with my colleague Sakina Jaffer. My presentation will go like this. I'll look at the introduction, the conceptual framework, and I'm using technology accepted model to look at the advocacy of Creative Commons licensing on open access publishing. Then I'll look at the benefit of using Creative Commons licensing in open access publishing, then the challenges and the way forward. Well, in the academic environment, an important task of academic librarian is for them to support scholarly authors in terms of creating, sharing, and promoting and preserving information or knowledge through publishing. Then what is Creative Commons licenses? Creative Commons licenses comprises of a set of copyright licensing created by Creative Commons that build upon a traditional copyright practice to create a balance between a stand or reserve method of publishing and public domain, no reserve rights. This Creative Commons licensing is being established by an international organization in the United States called Creative Commons Organization. They are there to promote free access. They are there to promote knowledge through reducing the scriptness of normal licensing, traditional licensing we have. However, in our university, most scholars does not create their work for direct benefits like financial benefits of getting money. Rather, they create their work, their research output, just to support their knowledge growth and also for their academic publishing to meet their purpose in terms of promotion within their career, but not for just purpose of generating money. Despite all the above importance of this publishing in the for authors, there are still there are still challenges as barrier in terms of creating, accessing and publishing educational material like journals by scholars in terms of where it's been open for others to use. This is the main importance that underscore the relevancy and necessity of creative common licensing in open access publishing because it encourages fee sharing and use of online publication. And therefore, there is need for academic librarians to promote this creative common license among scholars. Then creative common license, like I say, is a standardized agreement between the right holder and any possible user based on which user get right to access that particular work for free and or to use according to that particular licensing the writer or the author give. It also provides flexibility and protect the peoples who use or redistribute author work from consign of copyright fragment as long as they abide by the condition of that particular work. Then we have types of Creative Commons. We have about 6 types of Creative Commons. We have CC BY. This Creative Commons most time use the signs, simple signs like these signs you are seeing to identify the type of Creative Commons. We have the CC, which is called the attribution. This CC allows others to distribute and use your work, but they have to give credit to you. Then we have CC BY, that is no derivative, share alike. This also gives you the right to use this particular work according to the right that particular person to his work. For example, if I should put CC by S, that is any person that is using my work has to use it, but also has to use that particular one I'm also using. Then we have CC by NC, which is Creative Common Attribution, no commercial. When you are using this type of work, you can use it, but you cannot sell it. You cannot use it for a commercial purpose. It's only used for maybe knowledge sharing, but you can't use it on commercial purpose. They have share alike. Share alike also is also like the advance of the Creative Commons no commercial. That is, if I use the work of that particular author, I did not share it, then another person using that my work must also use the same licensing and giving my work. Then Creative Commons no derivative, no attribution. This one you can share it anyhow. You can either use it to work for commercial, you can also either use it for you can use it anyhow. Then the CC BY and ND Creative Commons Attribution no commercial. You can also use it, but you cannot use it for a commercial purpose. These are Then we have the public domains. The public domains are those information that are free to access. Like in Nigeria, the public domain article or books has to be those books that the author has written and the person die after 70 years of that person dead before that material can go on public domains. Then we have open access publishing. Open access publishing is all any activities making information or literal work or content available for the public for sale or for free. Then when we say online publishing, this has to do with making those information resources or publication online through a digital method. That is to say, to access such publication, you have to have software, computer, you have to be internet compatibility and make those information online accessible for those who need them. Then the theoretical framework, like I said, I use technology acceptance model. And this model was was developed by Fred Davis in 1989, and this model show how people will understand how people use technology. It makes us understand how people accept technology, use it, and this theory has three constructs, which is passive usefulness. This has to do with how useful that technology is to those particular people who are using this technology. That is to say, that's why I said in this story, the construct show the degree to which academic librarians believe that promoting Creative Commons license will improve open access publishing and their citation impact when it comes to among scholars. Then the passive ease of use. The degree to which academic librarians believe that promoting Creative Commons licensing in terms of applying it to their work, is it easy and straightforward? Then attitude towards use. This construct show the factors that influence academic librarian acceptance of these Creative Commons licenses, which include the attitudes towards the open access publishing. Then what are the knowledge of Creative Commons license? That is the person that is teaching them or training them on Creative Commons license. What are his, in terms of intelligence, does he have that skill? Then support from library administration and the passive benefit for the scholarly author. What are the benefits of that technology to the scholarly author? Then advocacy of this Creative Commons licensing in open among academic librarian. The librarian should take advocacy of educating the academic author on what Creative Commons license is and its benefit to them. Also, academic librarian can explain to author the implication of transferring copyright and providing advance on right retention option. And also, academic librarians should be able to know various ways that Creative Commons license and other legal tools will be integrated with practical library correction, institutional repositing, and other resources. The benefit of using Creative Commons license in open access publishing. Creative Commons licensing and open access publishing go hands in hands. Their work with Common licensing, their work will go viral because it's going to be used and reused. It's going to improve someone use, and their research can reach a wider audience as most publishers do not impose access on cost on the reader. So their work will go viral, other people will reach their work without even knowing them and they will make use of them. Then the CC facilitates resources used by educator and course design, resolving certain right. This one, like the Open University, most of their open educational resources, they have Creative Commons license. And also it will give high citation rate for the individual institution you are coming from. When you create your work, you add Creative Commons license, you give it a free license, that is 4.0, which is everyone can use. You can see your work will go more and your citation index can improve, and public can have access to your finding and research can influence policy within your community. Then we have challenges of academic librarians face it in Creative Commons. Under this advocacy, the practical aspect of this advocacy, presently the African Library Information Association. Hello? Hello?
Continue, please.
Okay, the African Library Information Associate, AFLIA, have started working on this advocacy because they have done their course too of training of African librarians on how they can contribute to open access publication, also how they can apply Creative Commons license to their work. So those are the practical area where librarians should be looked at and how they can learn and also come and teach people within their local community. Then we have the challenges. There's this lack of awareness of CC, licensing and model in Nigeria, which is there's people are skeptical about it in the publishing industry because they think it will come and take their right away. And again, the license will not involve money, it's free. And again, academic library and developing country like Nigeria suffer for lack of financial support by government. This one is channeled to because there are courses on CC license here for academic librarian and public librarian, but they are very expensive. You can find some like maybe $150. And me and you as a main Nigeria academic librarian, I don't think if not you get a support, you can't afford that. That is to get more knowledge about it. Then another challenge is getting commitment and growing the affiliate due to the fact that service at this state are nearly service at this stage of this CC is just is a volunteerism work. Nobody is paying you. Then there's this lack of policy advocacy and entitlement towards the deployment of this creative common license in open access initiative by Nigerian government and policy makers. Then we have way forward. We look at more awareness section should be created in academic library where scholars within the institution will be trained on creative common license generally. Then academic librarian can also create a group of people who are interested in advocacy of creative common license and open access online publishing and how it's work. And also academic librarian can encourage collaboration with university and other institutions within or outside Nigeria on how they can engage, they can bring more enlightenment and engagement into the process. Thank you very much for listening. And there is room for observation, correction, and question. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Malama Ramatu. Thank you for the presentation. The floor is now open for comments, observations, and further corrections.
Sir, hello. All right, sir.
Dr. Mike,
Yes, please.
have an observation, please.
Okay, Prof. Ma, floor is open.
Participants, and congratulations to the presenters, Haji Ramotko and Sekina Jafar. I have an observation about the paper, but based on okay, my first observation, as I overheard through her presentation that she used technological adoption model for the paper. What is the role of the theory in that work? Because as I've seen at your conclusion, I was thinking maybe it's an empirical study. It's more or less as if the paper is an opinion paper. So what is the use of that theory in the work? At what point do you infuse that theory into that particular, into this particular paper you just finished presenting?
Hello, please, ma, come again. I didn't get it breaks, so I didn't get your last.
Okay, sorry. I said, what is the use of the technological adopted the theory TAM you said you use in the paper? Why? Because based on your conclusion, it is an opinion paper. So what is that theory in that paper?
Well, ma, it's an opinion paper, so I just use the theory to just explain how the theory is related to the topic at hand.
If it's
how
an
it explain.
Okay, based on my own opinion, I think we are using the theory. Is it that to serve as a lens, and you are going to use it in critical aspect of that paper? Either you are using it as to develop a framework or something like that, or you are going to use it in raising your research question, or you want to use it for unit analysis. So I can't really talk much because I'm just making my comments based on your PowerPoint. What I felt theory has no place in this work. My opinion, though.
Okay, ma.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me add up to where Prof just ended.
Yes, sir. Before you talk, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. I align myself with what Prof said actually, because even when you want to use it on the opinion paper, looking at TAM, technology acceptance model, we do not see how it correlates with the issue of Creative Commons license in open access in publishing. But assuming we have a direct correlation, that the theory correlates with it, because even when you are discussing on the application, it's more or less you made an explanation, but it does not really go in line with the application. Assuming we have something like that, then maybe probably even an opinion paper, you can have a theory for that. But coming to the title of the paper, Academic Librarians Advocacy of Creative Commons license in open access publishing, I suggest the off should be 4. For example, academic librarians advocacy for Creative Commons license in open access publishing is better.
Yes,
then
it's not off.
Yes, it should be 4. Then
please come again. You said academic librarians
advocacy for Creative Commons.
Okay.
Yes. Even though, if not because in the content of the work, you keep mentioning academic librarian, then I said, okay, why not you allow it to be librarians advocacy for Creative Commons license, we remove the academic, then you will now focus within the context of the work, you focus on academic, but in the topic, probably you might not really bring academic this, because all the academic and librarians do. Then why not saying librarians advocacy for Creative Commons license in open access publishers? It's just a suggestion too. Yeah. So
again, please, I want to clarify something. You say you are in line with Prof on the issue of the theory. Then what is the conclusion of your subjection? Because me, I see the relationship, because the team is talking about acceptance of a technology, and in case of accepting that technology, what are the passive use? What are the use of those technology? Then what is the ease of use of that technology? And also, what is the attitude? And me seeing Creative Commons as a new technology, that's why I'm using it. So I want to learn more about that.
What I'm saying, are you saying Creative Commons is a Creative Commons license is a technology?
It's part of a new technology, because you have to be in computer online before you can apply it.
But the name itself, is it a technology?
No.
That's what you are saying.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Yes, Ajahn, I want to well done for a well-presented paper. So with regards to the theory, what we are trying to say is that since you are not using the theory as a lens, because it would have been expected that it's a research, an empirical paper whereby you collect data in line, and you collect data, you run the data, and then you analyze it in line with what you have reviewed in your literature, whereby some other authors have said things in line with what you have found out or not. So that is why it will be best suited for you to now apply the theory. Because the theory should have been relevant maybe even in your statement of problem, or it should be relevant in the formation of your research questions, of course, in your review of related studies. Then you use it as a lens. So, but now this is an opinion paper. How do you now juxtapose? How do you now, you understand? So maybe at best what you could do.
I'm getting you, sir. I'm following you.
Yes. So I said at best what you could do. Don't make it too pronounced. Don't make it too outspoken. Maybe you can, in your review of latest study, you can now get 2 or 3 authors or so that spoke about use of term for this Creative Commons thing. Then you introduce in your review of latest study. But then don't make it too outspoken, because it's not an empirical paper. You have not collected data that you analyze and then get findings and then you recommend.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Yeah. So, but then in your work again, do you have way forward?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you provide some way forward.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's a beautiful one. That's okay. Yes. So we have other scholars, other colleagues that are here. Dr. Adedoku is here. Dr. Matthias is here. Please, we can speak. Even Malama Sakina, the second presenter, you can say something to what we have raised. We want to hear your voice. Add your voice to what has been said, please. Yes, Dr. Prof. Hello. So, Nafisat Abidemi Raji, Madam Ramatu, you can stop sharing your slide.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. And all the comments, I really appreciate and I'll take note. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Nafisat Abidemi Raji. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, Nafisat, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, good afternoon, my professors, my doctors, my senior colleague. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol, and I will go straight to the topic of discussion, which is the role of simplex duplex communication in modern library and information systems. So I don't know if you are with. Yes, I'm coming. Let me try and do that.
Yes, please share your slide.
Okay, sir. Sir, okay, I'm coming, please. Sure. Hello? Please, can you see it? I've shared it.
Yes, loud and clean.
Okay, okay. Okay, like I said earlier, the topic of discussion is role of simplex, duplex communication in modern library and information system. So I'll start with the introduction, which has to do with the communication channel, has to do with the pathway, the channel that is through which information is being conveyed, and it involves two parties, which the receiver and the sender and then the receiver, and it required data to be transmitted and sent through this communication channel. Then the modern library has to do with is a dynamic information centers that goes beyond traditional collection of printed materials. It has to do with incorporating digital technologies and providing wide range of resources such as ebook, online database, multimedia, and the rest of you. Here is talking about provision of library services 24/7. You don't have to, the user do not necessarily need to go to the physical library before he or she can access information library. Any information setting that incorporates digital technology known as the modern library. So now let's look at the types of communication. Then each of this type can be applicable in the library setting. Simplex communication, with the name simplex, this refers to that's transmitted in what unidirectional, that it is a one-way or only one direction for sender to receiver. So it involves sending of information, data from a sender to the receiver. Here, the receiver do not have the opportunity of sending feedback. No, the area of concentration here is that the sender is sending out message, whether the message is but what matters is that message is being delivered to the center. So according to Stanley 2017, he said that it means that data can flow from only one direction, that is from sender to receiver, with no capability for receiver to send data back to the sender. So now the application of duplex communication channel, that is, where can we see this? We have, or where it is being applicable. We have broadcasting television, our television, radio. Number two, public address system, fire alarms, surveillance cameras, and the rest of you. Then moving to the duplex communication channel. The duplex communication channels is a system that allows data to flow in both directions. Here, there are now of two types. We have the half duplex and then the full duplex itself. The half duplex, it refers to a system where data is being transmitted or occurs in both directions, but not simultaneously. Here, it means that the sender will send message. After sending the message, is going to hold on while the receiver send back feedback. The two parties cannot talk at the same time. One needs to wait for the other. In half duplex system, a device must wait for the communication channel to be free before it can switch back to receiving of data. Yes, that's according to Hali and Hali 2018. Then going to full duplex, as the name implies, this has to do with allowed, according to Forzan 2016, it allows for what? Simultaneous data transmission in both directions. This means that a device can send and receive data at the same time. Similarly, so it does not, at this stage, both the receiver and the sender can communicate at the same time. The receiver do not need to wait for the sender to talk, or the sender do not need for the receiver to wait before the message can be communicated. Example is our phone call, telephone call, we have telecommunication, we have video conferencing, networking, radio communication. So now let's now look at the role of each. The simplex communication, which has to do with one-way communication. It involves the receiver or the device sending out message. This is very important in modern library and information centers because number one area it can be applied is broadcasting and library announcements. For every library and information center, the main aim and objective is to provide information resources to the right user at the right time using the appropriate format. So in order to do that, the user must be aware of the services, information resources available in a particular information center before he or she can actually make use of that information resources or services. And then it simply means that the library needs to create awareness on what they are having, the services they are having. And this can be done through with the help of what simplest communication channel, which is broadcasting, library announcement, telling the library users, be it online, if you go to even the physical library, some have like television mounted at the entrance. It can be on their website or any other place. The most important thing is that they are sending out information, telling them, oh, these are the resources available, these are the services available in the library, these are the current or latest information resources acquired. Okay, now you can now access our resources by using our social media and you can talk to our reference librarian. Majorly, simplex communication is important when it comes to library announcement, creating awareness. Then number two is one-way data feedback. One-way data feed is talking about, has to do with data being transmitted from the central server to multiple library terminal or digital space. So it's talking about this type of, the role simplex communication plays here is that it's saying that central server, that's the main server, can now send information resources to what? To other library terminals. There are some libraries that have satellite library. There are some libraries that have different system connecting to the central server. So now the role of simplex is what? It's what? Send out data or information. Example in the library, like library catalog or online database might be pushed out. That's updated data, library catalog, databases, etc. are then sent to what? Public terminals or what? Electronic displays. This is a one-way communication. And this one-way data feedback ensure that terminal receive the same information without requiring feedback from each terminal. The major thing is that I have sent data, the data have gotten to its destination and it is doing what is expected to do. That is all about it. Then archival data, with the name archiver, archives, that's transferring archival data from library system to backup storage or between different archival systems. Majorly, it has to do with what? Sending information, outdated but relevant information, sending them to a particular what? A particular server or a particular database to save as a backup. That is another place where simplex communication can be used, and it is done mostly within a regular interval. So it does not, it is suitable, and it is this simplex communication is suitable for ensuring integration and availability of archival record. So now let's move to duplex communication. Here we want to look at how duplex does both the half duplex and the full duplex. What are their rules in the modern library information system and services?
You are expected to present within 10 minutes, so please be mindful of your time.
Yes, sir. All right, sir. Okay, now looking, yes, sir. So integrated library, the first one is integrated library management. This has to do with this duplex communication channel is important here because it has to do with the users going into the library or probably accessing information resources through the user's website, social media, and this system updates in a situation whereby a particular user request for a book. The moment that book is out of the library, it automatically updates the record. Then the next one is user interaction and self-service. This is very important because it makes it easy for users to communicate directly with the librarians. It makes them to start to even navigate through the library system and then get information resources that they want, because reply will be given immediately. Interlibrary loan and resource sharing, this is very important. Interlibrary loan between information organization or institution, as the case may be. Virtual reference services. Reference services has to do with what? Providing assistance to reference information resources. This can, with the name virtual, it means that it's been done online. That is where a reference librarian provide answers to the queries, provide answers to the user's query. It enhances collaboration. That is bringing together different librarian information professionals to exchange ideas, to collaborate. So in conclusion, simplex and duplex communication plays essential role in modern library and information center as technology advanced and advance from simplex to complex and duplex. The communication channels are very important, and then it makes it possible for library to deliver their services effectively and efficiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nafisat et al. The floor is open for comments, observations, and corrections where necessary.
All right, sir. Can I go ahead? Hello, sir. Can I go ahead?
Please go ahead.
All right, sir. Thank you, Miss. Miss Nafisat. You did a great presentation, actually. I only have a question for you. Looking at your paper and your presentation on the role of simplex and duplex communication in modern library and information system. I want to ask you a question. Most of this thing you mentioned on the role of this simplex and duplex communication, it is something that presently it is already in place in the library. So what is new that you write the role of simplex and duplex? Can you answer this before I make my observation?
I'm sorry, please, I can't hear you. Please, can you...
What I am saying, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, what I'm saying, looking at your paper and your presentation, most of things you mentioned about the role of simplex and duplex communication in modern library and information system. So I said that most of the things you mentioned is already in place. Like the example you gave is already in place in the library. So what are you trying to address presently? Are you just trying to making people to just know that, okay, this is what is in place, or you're trying to say that libraries should look at this simplex and duplex communication, adopt it in their library? Because you mentioned modern library. Which one is modern library? And everything you mentioned is already in place, even before now, years back.
Okay. Now, if I get your question correctly, you said all the points I mentioned are already in place. That's some libraries, because not all libraries are actually make using of this. And then, like I said, when I was explaining at my introduction stage, I said it is very important to know this communication channel, so that you will know, the library will know the best communication channel that fits in a particular services. For example, now there's a particular online library I came across, and then they are making use of simplex communication channel. For example, I send in my request and I'm expected to get feedback immediately. There is nothing like feedback. You can only type in form of maybe probably comments and everything. Whereas that page is supposed to be meant for where you can interact with the information professional or librarian in charge. So this paper is serving as one, the modern library information system need to know where the meaning, the concept of this communication channel, and where they can be what applicable, and then the role it's performed. Fine, I know that some, I don't want to use all, some libraries have actually include this in their services, but not all. Or some the place are supposed to, the services are going to, they're supposed to make use of half duplex or full duplex communication channel. They make use of simplex communication channel, like the scenario I gave earlier. But I have taken note, and then I will add more points to it, sir.
Okay, all right. Thank you, because it might be those ones you see online, they adopted the other type of communication. That's why they will not answer immediately like that, because most of these that adopted the simpler, they are saying sometimes it's not even human, that they maybe it's already been programmed with machine learning, so that when you ask, you get what you want at the same time, prompts like that. So, but then nevertheless, I suggest in the title, maybe it's just a suggestion, you remove modern library.
Okay.
Maybe you can just leave it of simplex and duplex communication in library and information system, something like that.
Okay.
So it's just a suggestion.
All right.
Because you are talking about library information system now. You don't really need to categorize and that you are talking about the modern. Just the
okay.
So I think that's all. That's what I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Well done. Thank you for the observation. Yeah. So in other words, what the first question he asked, what is that contribution to knowledge that is striking when your readers get to come across your work, so that it differentiates it, or it seems to be like an upgrade to other existing technologies that are available in the libraries. Mind you, you are writing this work in 2024, where we have seen the intrusion of AI into almost a lot of human endeavor. And then, of course, is not left out of it. Today, we see libraries having robots that try to answer queries of users, and a whole lot of technologies that have been put in place into the library. Now, this your topic, of course, the role of duplex communication in modern library and information systems. Of course, you know that if you are now talking about modern library and information systems, you cannot do away, or you cannot shy away from the intrusion, I use the word intrusion, of AI. You know, AI has this pushy dominant factor that comes into a whole lot of endeavors. And then when used properly, when used appropriately, it will serve as a supporting system for libraries and information centers. So try to make your contribution to knowledge be catchy and captivating, in order to capture, or in order to go in line with the current trends of the profession. Just like I've told you, there is no how we'll talk about this and will not hit on AI. So please take note of this. And I hope that along the line, you were noting down.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir, before you go, she should add S in the systems, information system.
Okay.
So do you have any response to make to the issues that have been raised? Alada Novi? So okay. Before we proceed to the 11th paper, let us take that of Sani Ahmed Hassan. Sani Ahmed Hassan, are you online and available?
Yes, I'm available, sir.
Share your slide.
Okay, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, we can see it.
Can
Unit
you see it now?
Information
Thank you,
Management.
sir. Thank you, sir. My name is Sadi Ahmad Hassan, a co-author of Unit Information Management. The first author is M. Lawal, and I'm the second one, and the third one is A.A. Sambo. This paper is a review of unit applications or unit VS applications. So in the research, we explore the application of unit style models in the fields of information management. We research application in document analysis and management, document restoration, text recognition, cell segmentation in videos and other disciplines. We search relevant publications in recently published journals and conferences proceedings. We present our findings and the recommendations for the future directions. A unit, a type of convolutional neural network, CNN. And CNN is a regularized type of feed-forward neural network that learns features by itself via filter or canal optimization. Introduced by Rambaga et al. 2015. UNET was specifically designed for the task of segmenting by medical images.
Your slide is not moving.
Okay, it's not moving.
It's not.
Okay. Introduced by Rambaga et al. 2015. UNET was specifically designed for the task of segmenting by medical images, addressing the needs for precise and efficient analysis of complex visual data. Its architecture consists of contracting path to capture context and asymmetric expanding path that enables precise localization format, forming a U-shape, hence the name UNET. This design allows the network to efficiently use both local and global features, making it highly effective for tasks where accuracy is paramount. UNET has the potential to perform well in the evolving fields of information management. In your second at al. 2021, UNET-based networks were used in text recognition tasks, with experiments performed on the ICDAR 2015 and the total text dataset. They have also been used in data recovery as researched in Call et al. 2020, where units are used in pixel inventing as a way of recovering manuscripts. Units have also been applied in processing geographical data in an attempt to track environmental changes over time. So, in brackets, signed and May 2023. Units, UTextNet, in bracket, LISFN et al. 2021, unit-based syntax detection system with a REST-net 15 backbone for detecting arbitrary shaped text. So the problem solved in this paper, as in this paper that is already in the literature. Syntax detection, which is the task of identifying text in natural images, and is vital for applications like data entry, automation, robot sensing, and text translation. So feature of that were proposed in this paper, titled Unit-Based Syntax Detection System. Handle multilingual text deploying. Hello, sir.
That was 800.
Hello? Hello? Hello, sir. So the picture work is that handle multilingual text deployment on mobile devices, hybrid-based computational intelligence approaches to improve accuracy. So in another paper by Cole et al. 2020, the paper proposes a method for implementing irregular holes in old handwritten manuscripts using a combination of unit and partial convolution, which replaces traditional convolutional layers that always focus on the unmarked part of the image. Problem solved. Text restoration, manuscript deteriorate, heat, water, microorganism, or even old age. These manuscripts can hold significant historical value and may benefit from preservation, stock restoration. So the feature work that were proposed is that reduce model error rate from the dilation and increase size of data sets for better out-of-domain performance. In another publication, signed and
you have 4 more minutes to go.
Sorry?
You have 4 more minutes to go.
Hello? Hello?
You have 4 more minutes to go.
Hello, sir, can you? Okay, 4 more minutes. Thank you, sir. So the authors propose a multi-channel unit-driven system for pixel level leveling for automated land cover mapping. Their method involve pre-processing RGB channels and one-by-one convolution layers to increase network depths without accessing parameters. Problem solved. Map data extract COSEDNet, that is in another publication, Yi et al. 2024. The authors employed concurrent spatial and eternal squeeze and eternal excitation blocks to utilize spatial and eternal information for diabetic retinopathy segmentation. Problem solved. Medical image segmentation for medical health records